What's going on, family? It's your boy C-Mo the C Mitchell checking in with another Falcons bird bath for week 13, man. We over here family, it's your boy C-Mo the C Mitchell checking in with another Falcons bird bath for week 13, man.
Word up.
We over here
What's up, everybody?
C-Mo the C Mitchell checking in with another Falcons bird bath for week 13, man.
Word up.
We over here
What's up, everybody?
C-Mo the C Mitchell checking in with another Falcons bird bath. I got week 13.
Word up.
We over here
What's up, everybody?
C-Mo the C Mitchell checking in with another Falcons bird bath. I got week 13.
Word up. What's up, everybody?
Yeah, I hear it like for some reason it's echoing. I got week 13.
I don't hear you echoing
I got it
on my end.
Oh no, yeah, we good now. Yeah, man. So we over here with I got G Dub and we got Miss Sis over here in the chat for the pregame today, man. And it's gonna be an interesting game with the Jets today, man. G Dub, man, let us know who the inactives are today. I know we got Drake London. Who else are the Falcons gonna be without today?
Okay, the total inactives are going to be as follows. They still kind of putting stuff up, to be totally honest with you. Um, they have a bunch of people right now that are still actually questionable. That's kind of odd. The
Yeah,
fact
see,
that they're still questionable at this juncture.
I see.
Um,
So far, I
but
see Josh Woods, Drake London, Cordero Hodge, Casey Washington for sure. Michael Jarrell doesn't really play much for us, and Elijah Garcia doesn't either. But Drake London, Josh Woods, and Cordero Hodge, of course, uh, the latter two, Woods and Hodge, are key special teamers for us, and Drake London is a huge uh, starter for us, as you guys know. A lot of people have been
mhm.
wanting to see Casey Washington also step up and have a bigger role as well. Who are some of the questionable people that you're seeing right now?
Well, they had a well, more so like questionable now. Now I'm looking at it a little closer. That they out, and it's gonna be Chris Landstrom, that Malik Burton. Unfortunately, Drake London, Matthew Bergeron is not playing today. Josh Woods, Chris Landstrom, Zach Harris. It says Devon Diablo, but I also saw he was one of those guys that they were talking about was questionable. Billy Bowman, let me see, Leonard Floyd, Sam Robinson, D. Alford is also questionable. Mike Hughes is questionable, and that's it right now.
Yeah, man. As everybody knows, D. Alford, not D. Alford, Billy Bowman and Zach Harrison are both guys that are on IR, and but been huge for us this year. Those are big blows for us uh, on the defense. Uh, Also, D. Alford is a guy that has been paying dividends for us. He's really filled in quite nicely with Billy Bowman being out, and even with Mike Hughes being out at different points of time. It's going to be interesting to see if the Falcons actually re-sign him in the offseason coming up. What are your thoughts on that? Would you want to re-sign him, or do you think they just need to go elsewhere? I mean, I'd want to re-sign him and maybe bring in some more competition. And I talked about that earlier in latest video we released. I'll drop that in the chat as well too for people. What's your thoughts on that, Gina?
Um, I'm leaning towards you. Like he struggled in the beginning, far as when he was playing the nickel slot, he was the starter. No, he wasn't a starter, but they was rotating him pretty heavy with Billy Bowman. He really struggled with his tackling and stuff like that. But he actually, when AJ Terrell went down
Mm-hmm.
and he really filled in, I don't know what happened. A switch, he threw a switch, and it really helped his game. And since that time, he has been a much better asset. Rotational, his tackling got extremely better. He's just playing more aggressive and more free. And a lot of times that's going to be key when it comes to things of that nature, as far as out there overthinking the process versus just playing free. and just out there just reacting, reading and reacting to the ball within the parameters of what the coaches want to see. So, and that may just be what happens. So I would say, yeah, especially you probably can get him for a real good price, and that's always going to be key when it comes to building the 53-man roster. Is just how much money it's going to cost us to get him to hang around. And I think I do think it's worth the the conversation to sit down and have with him and his agent.
You think he's gonna be a guy that commands a lot on the open market coming up? I mean,
No, absolutely not. I don't. I think I. This is me personally. I know there's no loyalty in this game, so it's not like you're gonna say, "Well, y'all did find me because we found him in the Canadian League. He's playing Canadian ball when we found him,
mm.
and they brought him up through the ranks, and he kind of grew up in front of our face. We always saw little flashes of and I'm not gonna say greatness, but flashes of capability to play in the league.
Right.
Even with he's not a big guy, not a very big guy, and so and then the fact of his actual struggles, he struggled marginally last year in comparison to this year. So I think his struggles, the little struggles, he didn't struggle so much this year as he did last year. But I think the struggles from last year is gonna be what's gonna not get him this huge elaborate amount of money. Especially if you look at Mike Hughes is a starter, and the Mike. I know I'm probably wrong when I'm throwing his number out here, but he only signed for like 3 million a year or something like that. So I can't see D offered out getting that price range or somewhere in there, beneath that. I just can't see it. I don't see because he's more of a rotational piece than a starter. So I can't see him getting much more than that. 1.5 high end, somewhere below that, in between the 1 million or some mark, gotta keep him happy and keep him, wanting to play. So somewhere in there, I can see him getting that, especially as a rotational piece.
Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of people were really wanting us to get rid of him and Kirk, but those have been really two key players that have kind of saved our bacon a little bit because although they haven't been playing lights out necessarily, those are two people that it would have been hard to really replace those positions and find somebody who was equally as serviceable at this point in the season. Most teams, when they get down to their backup quarterback or even their fourth, uh, you know, cornerback, it there's a huge drop off. So for us, our fourth cornerback being able to come in and play that slot, that nickel slot, or even being able to play as an outside cornerback has been huge for us. So I think it's very valuable to be able to keep a guy like that. That's where I would kind of go with some of those things.
I concur with that. I concur with that 100%. I think that he be if especially part of the other big part of it would be getting everybody back healthy, keeping them healthy, and him being a legit uh rotational piece. Because we have had to hang our hat on guys like him and now Kurt heavily, and like you don't want to do that, but if you get in those situations, it's good to have people like them because the experience that they're gaining this year, the reps are immeasurable. Like a person that's giving you reps, you can look at all the tape on other people and stuff, but reps is just like once they're getting reps and stuff, that's why you see guys and they might not be the best players in the world, but they get picked up quick because they got the reps to go along with their abilities.
Yeah, absolutely. And shout out to everybody who's tuning in with us on the stream. Falcons Bird Bath today is brought to you by Granddaddy Mims Moonshine. Really good stuff. Get yourself a bottle of that, man. I'm over here pre-gaming with that, as a matter of fact. And I want everybody out there to give a little love to Miss Sid. She's definitely tapping in with us. Is gonna be checking with the group chat on YouTube, especially. Miss Sis, I sent you the YouTube link, by the way, to your phone, so you can actually put that on whatever device you need to put it on. Let me know if I need to send it in an easier way for you as well too. But anybody out there on the YouTube chat, make sure you hit that hype button. super chats are always appreciated, and any super gifts are always appreciated for sure. We appreciate all the love, and if you're on Facebook, scroll over to the Facebook page for Point Game. It's just Point Game on Facebook, and on YouTube we are Point Game Official. And real quick, I'm gonna get that link for you guys for the previous video we had. We kind of talked about some of the future with the Falcons, and uh, why it was such a great deal for us to even have drafted Bijan Robinson. It's had a butterfly effect on our defense inadvertently. A lot of people, I still see them talking about they wish we would have gotten Jalen Carter. But we messed around and got, in my opinion, 3 Jalen Carters. It's not the Timu version of Jalen Carter. It might be more like the Walmart version or the Target version of them, but very still serviceable guys. Brandon Dorlus right now is leading our team with sacks. He's got 6. He has more than Jalen Carter has right now. He has more than any defensive tackle that was drafted last year or this year as well. So he even has as much as some of the pass rushers that people looked at as premium guys, like Jared Verse, for example. I think Jared Verse has 5 or 6 so far. And speaking of that, also Jalen Walker for us has 5 sacks. I'm much more happy with what we've been able to get out of Zach Harrison, and then being able to pick up Brandon Dorlus. Both of those guys have been a beast on the pass rush, and they're not liabilities in the run game. And then we still have 2 edge rushers with James Pierce Jr. and Jalen Walker himself as well too. Like I like our edge defenders better than the guys that Philly has up there with Nolan Smith, and I forget who else they have up there. But I really like this team. Like, we're in the top, I think 5, definitely in the top 10 in sacks this year. But I think we're like a top 5 or 6 sack team this year, which is crazy. I mean, I don't know last time I remember that the Falcons being a top 5 sack team defensively.
Right. So the 2 guys that were drafted in front of, I think, I want to say Jalen Walker was the 3rd pass rusher drafted overall,
Mm-hmm.
and the 2 guys, one of them was Abdul Carter. He's plays for the New York Jets, and the other one was is it Malik Walker? Am I saying that right? Out of
I think it's
Georgia,
Michael Walker or Mikael
Mikael
Walker.
Walker. That's it. It's either Michael or Mikael Walker.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Those he's out for the season, so shout out to him, speedy recovery, all that. But our guys are even when he was playing, our guys still were outperforming them. So yes, absolutely, positively, like to go in like we did into the draft and come away with what we did. You made the statement that JPJ James Pierce Jr. was a top 10 draft pick, even in even projectably in this upcoming draft, you could put him on in any draft for the past, I would say 5 or 6 years, and he still would be probably top 10. So like I'm not upset about none of what they're doing, and they're like they actually work good together, and that's also something that you have to worry about when you draft players. Are they gonna mesh and gel? And you seen them go in on plays together where they're one of them's knocking the ball away, the other one's scooping it up. That type of stuff is happening. I mean, we're not just talking about it; it's actually happening. So I'm ecstatic at what they're doing.
All right, and real quick, man, we've got the kickoff actually. They started off right now, and the Falcons got the ball first. They're taking the field out here on offense after the kickoff. They got it up to about the 25-yard line, and Kirk Cousins, he starts off under center. Looks like we got
Okay.
2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers, 1 back, single back. And the first play of the game is a handoff to Bijan, and oh my God, he just ripped for about 6 or 7 yards on that first play. I think a
Now
huge,
that's how you set the tempo.
yeah,
That's
man.
what you call it. That's
The huge part of this game, the key to the victory in this game is going to be to run the ball and stop the run. The Jets want to run the ball. They don't want to put a lot of passes in the air, and they want to play defense. They want to stop our run. It's no secret that Bijan is the key to our offense, but that's going to set up the play action for us as well too. So that's where we got to make sure that we just kind of cut our teeth this game and it's really hard to get around it.
Right. Right. Absolutely. Starting out running the ball is definitely setting the tempo.
Uh, Here they go on second down, and they go and they hand off to Bijan again, and he gets about 10 yards on the pickup on that as well too. And I think on those first two plays, we've seen Bijan actually run the ball under, or we've seen Kirk lining up under center at quarterback. And I think that just helps your running backs out a lot more when these guys are able to just get downfield. They're not waiting to get the to receive the ball on a handoff. They're able to build up some momentum and come full steam ahead. Even now, they come out.
I think you read my mind with that statement because that was you when you're saying that. That's exactly what I'm thinking. The run sets up the pass. It absolutely does.
And right now they just ran it again. It looks like we got us a gain of 4. We don't have any fullbacks, but we lined up in a traditional I form set, so it looks like basically 21 personnel, even though it's still 12 personnel. But using that other tight end as a blocking back. The Falcons come
Yes,
back again under center and single back formation. They hand it off with a jet sweep to
that's
number
what I'm talking about.
83, Thompson, who I'm sorry,
Yes,
Tompkins, who's you know
I
been.
think they moved him up from the practice squad, if I'm not mistaken.
I was just about to ask you.
He was bought up when Khalid Kareem
Mm-hmm.
Khalid Kareem was cut this week, but he was brought back up to the practice squad. But that Tompkins guy, I think when they bumped him down, they bumped him back up. So that is something, and the jet sweep is something I felt like we've been needing to do that for a minute. Tall sweeps, jet sweeps, anything to stretch these big guys out, just get them tired, get them frustrated and tired. If I'm big, I promise you, I don't want to run sideline to sideline.
On
That's not my idea of a good day.
on 3rd and 1, they go with a toss play to Tyler Algier, and we are stopped short. We were not able to get it on that. I'm not sure I would have went with the toss play on that, especially the Tyler
Not on
Algier.
3rd and 1.
Yeah,
No, not on 3rd and 1. I'm running straight at you on 3rd and 1. That was not necessarily the best play selection by Zach.
yeah, and this is kind of what I mean by now we're going to be punting the ball. We actually lost a yard on that, so it's 4-2, and we punt the ball out to them. They opt not to return it. They let it roll out of bounds, and we get it just inside the 20-yard line. But it's stuff like that that makes me question the play calling of Zach Robinson. Uh, those are the type of things that I don't like that he does. That I think kind of hurts this team. A key critical down like that. You bring in Tyler Algier. He's a guy that is a north-south guy, and they give him a toss play on a short yard situation. That's these are
That doesn't make no. Just I'm gonna just say what it is. That didn't make no sense.
made no
That
sense at
was
all.
yeah. If I'm gonna throw you a wrinkle, it ain't gonna be that. That's not really a wrinkle
Yeah,
on a short yardage. Like is I don't have to read. I just had to get penetration on 3rd and 1, which is what they're adversely going for. So you basically just played into their hands because 3rd and 1 is just straight penetration based on where we were at on that at the 50-yard line. So that just no, I'm not really. You ain't gonna get me to do that. They did try to set up a wrinkle because Felipe Franks was actually the quarterback on that play. So maybe he's setting us up for something else later on down the road because Felipe Franks was the one that tossed the ball out. 84 was the quarterback on that. So let's just keep an eye on that situation.
we'll see. We'll see. Maybe they are setting up something a little bit later on. I think that sometimes these coordinators get a little bit too cute, just to be honest.
Exactly. That is Zach Robinson with the I say that all the time. He always trying to recreate the wheel instead of just playing football straight up. Just line up and just move the man. Keep just beat the man in front of you. That's what you got to do.
Yeah, agreed. It's so frustrating too watching it as a fan. It's like we have
Absolutely.
the squad to do it. It's just a matter of us, going out here and being able to execute. and make the plays that we know we can actually make.
Right.
So,
Because he could have ran. He could have ran a dive play, and it would have. He could have. I mean, if he wouldn't get his rocks off instead of a sweep play, a sweeping play, a dive play would have been a little more. But I'm just not for any of that. Just. I mean, you got Felipe in there. Just, I mean, just let Felipe sneak it. I mean, why the trickeration? What we doing? It's. I'm gonna get off of it now. I'm gonna let it go until the next break because it's just Zach gonna make my day long if I don't.
the Jets come out here on first down and Tyrod Taylor not under center, but in the shotgun, he drops back to pass, but it's an incomplete pass. And it's kind of interesting. They went after AJ Terrell's side on that play, but it's funny that they came out passing the ball initially. I expected them to definitely want to be a more run heavy team on this. Real quick in the chat, Jay Black, what's up with you, bro? Appreciate you tapping in, man. I agree with you. Zach's play calling is definitely whack. That run play was trash. Here we go on 2nd and 10. They actually toss it out to Brees Hall, and the Falcons let him kind of turn the corner. He looks like he gets a gain of about 7 yards on that, and that's going to bring up third down. I'm not sure if they're showing us the lineups now. We're going to see. They got Leonard Floyd playing. And
He did play.
He's
Okay.
playing, and we have Divine Diablo out there.
Yeah.
So that's huge for us.
Right.
I try not to get too caught up in who's starters because a lot of these guys are playing starter minutes right now. Jalen Walker and Leonard Floyd are out there on the edge for third down. It's 3rd and 2. Tyrod Taylor drops back. He picks up the first down. Looks like a gain of about 5 yards. He looks like he hit it to the tight end. See where he was lined up on that. Can't see it on the replay. That left.
We can't be giving up the first downs in some of these situations either.
No.
You gotta put your foot on the line and play defense, straight up, straight down.
Yeah, I think that I think we're gonna have to definitely be a bend but don't break defense. This team is a lot better than you would think it is. Speaking of the Jets, on first down they drop back again from shotgun. Tyrod Taylor is on the run and he dumps it out, scrambles and he dumps it off to the tight end and they get another first down right there. Number 85, I believe that's their rookie tight end that they have. Let's show that replay. And that's been a problem for us. Tight ends and backs out of the backfield. Divine Diablo kind of reads that a little bit late. That was to Mason Taylor, who's been pretty good. He's leading their team right now, I think, in receptions with Wilson being out. So,
right.
They toss it to Brees Hall right here on first down. He gets a gain of about 1 or 2 yards. That's a little bit better for the Falcons on that. But yeah, that's gonna be our main spot. I think they're gonna want to hit us with the play action and try to pull as much as they can to get us off a task. Shout out to the Facebook chat. I see Dexter Newton. He's like, yeah, just run up the gut. And Jonathan Brown says, why ruin a potentially productive first down drive with a stupid play call on 3rd and short? So all you guys out there in the chat, we feel your pain, you feel our pain, man. Like you.
Right. Absolutely, man.
Keep it simple, stupid.
Right.
Miss Sis, that's I know you say your son. He's into sports, and you're gonna hear that a lot as you make your journey as a football mom. Keep it simple, stupid, and it's just basically mean like don't overthink it, man. Like get these guys where they can move off of their muscle memory. You don't want guys to have to stop and rethink what you're doing. You want to just kind of go through. You want to kind of be on I don't want to say autopilot, but just going for what you need, what you're used to. You don't want to have to stop and rethink too many things, or have to read and react too much. You just want to go football. If
Keeping everything in front of you.
yeah,
That's the key.
yeah. Here we go. Second
If you
11.
got it in front of you, that means you reading right.
Taylor scrambles on second and 11, and it looks like he picks up a gain of about 5 or 6 yards on that. Pulls up third down, and Arnold Ebiketie brought him down. He comes up limping, so we'll see what happens with if he's going to
And he
execute.
don't need that because this is contract seasons for him. He need to blow this thing out the water. He need about 8 sacks and just show out right now. That's what he needs.
Okay, Jay Black says my mic is low. Let me work on that. Let me work on that.
Appreciate that, Jay.
Yeah, appreciate you, brother, for sure. Tyrod Taylor scrambles again, and they're just short of the first down. It's going to bring up fourth and short. Let's see what kind of spot they give them.
That was a good stop right there. We needed that.
Definitely was a huge stop. Huge stop. All right, Jay Black. Let me know if that sounds better out in the chat with you guys.
Yeah, he also said right before that game should have been 2 yards. I know which play you talking about. I think AJ whiffed on that play. I don't know what AJ was looking at. Like Brees just ran right by him.
All right, so we
I don't
forced
know
the
what that
punt.
was.
We forced it on fourth and two, and they're able to. Looks like they got us right inside the 20-yard line on that punt. So, uh, game of field position for sure. That's another thing you're gonna see, Miss is football is it has a lot of complexities to it, but it is a fairly straightforward game. It's almost like chess, like with people. Chess is for the most part, it's a simple game in terms of like what your goal is to achieve, but how you get to the end goal of getting somebody in checkmate or whatever. There's a lot of different strategies that kind of go into that, and you want to be thinking a few steps ahead. For football, it's just you get 4 sets of downs to get 10 yards to get a first down. If you lose yards or you get a penalty, now you have to gain. You lose yards on that. Now you have to gain. It might go from being at 10 yards to 15 yards or 20 yards. But if you keep getting enough first downs, essentially you will eventually get to a touchdown. Uh, Now, as you get closer to scoring territory, it becomes a lot harder to score because the field shortens. The type of plays that you can run are going to shorten for you. You start becoming limited in some of the plays that you can run. The teams start to bunker down a little bit more. It's more crunch time. Their back is against the wall, so it becomes harder to score with that shorter distance because they don't have as much real estate to defend. Uh, but pretty much, that's the simplicity of football. It's all the stuff that happens in between. So, G man, what's your thoughts so far about what you're seeing, man? I know it's still early in the game, but do you think on this next series, do you think we're gonna stay with the run, or do you expect to see them shy away from it a little bit more? Or where do you expect this to
They
go?
better. I mean, they better stick with this run. Ain't no shy away. They did Zach don't make me come up. You know what I'm saying? Don't make me catch a flight. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But they better stick with the run. But yeah, we do need to start integrating some passing on defense. We need to come up and challenge that tight end a little bit more. I think he kind of was keeping the drive alive. Tyrod is always gonna be Tyrod with those legs. So but the fact that we were able to corral him to an extent, we're not tackling very well at this moment. That was just one series, of course. You know, for some reason, I don't know if we get off the plane and forget we have to play or something, and maybe they overthinking it because it's a little chilly up there. It looks like it's a little overcast. 45 degrees, I think it is right now. Let me check, double check to make sure. But I think for the most part, that's what we gotta do. We just gotta tighten up those things. Uh, and that I don't. Zach kind of killed that whole drive. I don't even know what the um what the I don't get it. I didn't get that play, and that everything else was cool until that one play. So just get away from the stupid play call. I'll just say that's the only thing I saw wrong with offense.
All right, so we actually had a penalty on first down. They jumped offside, so that made it first and 5 instead of first and 10. And we looks like we dropped back and did a little play action. Kirk under center. We faked it to Bijan, and he was able to hit. Looks like Mooney down. No, that's top Tompkins again. He's able to hit him deep for about 20 yards, 20-yard corner route. Gee, find out for me what year is that guy?
Who you talking about?
Tompkins, number 83.
Yeah, okay, I had looked him up.
On first
Too. Let me
down,
see.
we handed out to Miss Sis. If you're able to check that out as well, number 83 for the Falcons. If you could find out what year he's in, when he was, you might be able to even pull up his Wikipedia or his sports reference stats. On first down, we handed off to Bijan. He picked up a gain of 9. Let's see if this brings up 2nd and 1. They line up in single back, Kirk on the center. They hand out to Bijan, and he muscles forward just to get the first down. Just looks like he got a gain of about a yard or 2 on that. Now,
okay, so I'm sorry.
No,
go ahead, bro.
No, go ahead, bro.
I got Tompkins real quick. Like he went undrafted in 2022. Came out of Utah State. He played from 2018 to 2021. He came. We got him from the Carolina Panthers, which he played from last year. I don't say we got it from him. He was 2024 with the Panthers. He played for Tampa from 2022 to 2023. Went to Carolina in 2024, and then we picked him up 2025. He was on the practice squad until he was moved up this particular week. He's 5'8". He's only 155 pounds, so he probably can fly.
Real quick, we just got them running a play on that on 2nd and 2. They actually went with a pass. It looks like it was a play action. I'm sorry, that was
I was saying he probably can fly because he only weighs 155 pounds.
Yeah, we need that speed out there too.
We definitely need that speed out there. I think that was Rondell Moore was supposed to kind of probably be who he is to us.
On
So
2nd
that
and
is all
10,
the information.
they get it out to Kyle Pitts. He was able to pick up the first down.
And that first year that Kyle Pitts came, that was what he had a huge game against the Jets with Matt Ryan as quarterback in the very first year. That's how that went. So hopefully he could repeat that like he did. I think that was the last time we played the Jets. Also, Kyle Pitts had like someone. I have to look back at his stats, but it was about like 200 yards or something like that, and 2 touchdowns. That was like a part of that 1,000-yard campaign he had that very first year he came into the league.
Right. In the chat, Jay Black said play action is killing the Jets D line. He's asking why Kyle and the wide receiver in the same area on their routes. Listen, that's some of the stuff that I ask all the time with Zach Robinson's offense. There's a lot of confusion that happens sometimes on our end. We're not causing confusion for the other team, which some you really hate to see. Here we go, 2nd and 6. Kirk is in pistol now. And he drops back for the pass. And they're able to knock that away. Look, they hit it up. It looks like they almost caught an interception, but no, it hit the ground. He targets Mooney on a quick little slant right there. And I kind of read that the whole way. I kind of saw that that play looks so telegraphed. It gets brutal to watch. And that was right there in the. I don't know if that's good defense by the quarterback or not, man. I feel like Darnell Mooney should have picked that, should have caught that. He cradled that ball right in there. You got to make that catch, man. If you're paying $10 million a year.
And Darnell Mooney gets bullied a lot, man. It's kind of aggravating at times. It's almost like sometimes he just want to play physical, and then sometimes he's like a don't touch me finesse point guard or something. I don't. It's kind of annoying
We dropped
how he
back
gets
on
bullied.
real quick. We dropped back on fourth down. I mean, I'm sorry, on third down, and Kirk fired away, and he actually got sacked as he was trying to. I guess he was about to throw it. He decided to just go ahead and pull it down and eat that sack, but Clemens was able to get to him for the Jets. That brings up 4th and 10 for us, and now we're punting the ball again, man. So this is an up and down game so far. It's definitely gonna be one of those field position games. We get it kicked back to the nice. We get it right inside the 10-yard line at about the 6-yard line. It rolls out of bounds. It looks like so. If we can actually pin them deep and stop their run, we'll eventually theoretically be able to get us into better field position to be able to score. Let's see who's kind of trading back and forth.
Right. Oh, on that particular last drive, my thoughts was um the play we're talking about where Mooney kind of got manhandled.
Mm-hmm.
I think Kirk staring at he stared things down a little too much, which, like you said, telegraphs everything. Kind of tells you you gotta pump it off or throw a pump that way and then come back to it. If it's a developing type of play, um, the sack was. I looked like he almost stared that down too. He was waiting for Pitts to come out of his break before he let the ball go on that particular play. Or was that Pitts? Or that was either Pitts or no, it was not Pitts. I'm sorry. That was he was waiting on Bijan to come out of his break on that particular play. And he pumped and he had to pull it down. So it was also a slow developing play. We just gotta tighten that up. Just no staring down stuff. Stop with the slow development plays. Kind of get into a rhythm where we're just taking what the defense gives us. That's why it's not looking like we're not having the ball we're not driving the ball. Put it like that. We haven't done a lot of driving the ball the length of the field. It's just either it's a couple big plays that get us down the field. It's not like we're actually moving the ball strategically, and that's where we got to get into. We got to start calling. Zach got to start calling the plays that strategically gain yards and push us down the field instead of just one or two, depending on one or two big plays here and there.
In the chat, in the YouTube chat, Jay Black says, "I hate when the network hides the rain, takes away from the viewing enjoyment." What do you mean by hide the rain, Jay Black? How do you feel that they're hiding the rain? I've never heard anybody say that before. I feel like the cameras just sometimes don't pick it up, but elaborate on that, my brother, if you don't mind. You gave me some food for thought right there. And you guys gotta give me. I'm over here monitoring the chat from looking at the chat from Falcons Nation, one of the best groups you could check with tap into on Facebook. The Falcons, the Jets come back out here on 1st and 10. The Falcons have a pin deep at about the 5 or 6 yard line in their own territory, and they come out in bunch formation with 2 tight ends, and they go and hand off to Brees Hall, and it looks like we're able to get him for a 2 yard loss.
We needed that.
Brandon Dorlus is in there on that loss. Like at the beginning of the year, he was a little bit. He wasn't quite as good versus the run as he was against the pass. He has definitely improved a lot over the course of the year. He already was really good with his hands and getting off of pass blocks, but he's a really good block shedder at defensive tackle. So I like what he's been able to do. They fire on 2nd and 11, and it looks like they're about 4 or 5 yards short. That's going to bring up 3rd and 4. 3rd and 4 for the Jets, and this is 3rd and manageable. This is you want to keep teams out of these out of 3rd and manageable situations because it makes it a little bit easier for their play calling. It makes it less predictable unless you're the Falcons, of course.
Hey
They
Steve, Jay said that he was speaking about the grit as far as the ring goes. He said, I remember when it was so obvious that there was a torrent of rain and you felt the realness of football, no turf and open stadiums, you could feel the grit. And that's what I was questioning earlier. How do you feel like the rain's gonna affect this game?
it definitely it makes it a lot. It can make it a little bit more slick. Uh, with it because the Jets they play on an artificial turf. It might be a hybrid stadium, but if I'm not mistaken, they have artificial turf. They've been known. They share a stadium with the Giants. The Jets and the Giants do. They were notoriously known for one of the worst fields in the league. So it does definitely makes it a lot more slick with that artificial turf. They dropped back on 1st and 10 and they're able to get it out to the tight end. Tyrod Taylor is on that pass, and that brings up 2nd and 7, only a 3-yard gain right there. Yeah, I agree. I think it does. You kind of it does make it harder to be able to tell that it's raining once you see it on the artificial turf. I like playing out there I like playing in the rain as a player. I like the elements. I feel like it slows down the offense a little bit. It makes it harder for them to stop as well. I mean, it makes it hard on the defense as well too. But here we go. Here we go. James. Oh no! James Pierce Jr. almost sacked Tyrod Taylor, and he's able to get loose and throw it away. But man,
That's a pressure.
that's a pressure though. I feel like
That's on
that.
the stat line.
I feel like if that's Arnold Ebiketie, I know I said in my previous videos this week that Ebiketie will miss a lot of those sacks, but I feel like that Tyrod would have just been still running on that like that. That was a lot of weight that they were putting down, but it was one guy after another, still in pursuit. So they still were able to lay a hit on him. I think three guys got their hands on him on that. So James Pierce Jr. only has 4 sacks this year, but 9 hits and a forced fumble as well too. So um, yeah, I think he leads all rookies in pressures.
Yes, he does. That- Hey, he's definitely worth his weight in gold. He's earning it.
Yeah, it's it is. I think the verdict is still out on how good of a trade it was, but I just feel like right now we got the better end of that trade. James Pierce Jr. would have to almost be a bust for that to have been a bad trade because we didn't give up multiple
Yeah,
first rounds for that. Like we basically got what would have been a top 10 player this year. Even if I don't think there's going to be a player better than James Pierce Jr. In that first round as a pass rusher this year. So I like what we did.
right.
Tyrod drops back on 3rd and 7, and he hits the receiver on the sideline. Let's see if they give him the catch. They do. He just gets it in there. That looked really close, man. They're about to show the replay on this. Let's see if Raheem challenges this. He's one of the coaches really known for challenging. Oh, that was really close, man. That was really close. Oh, ooh, yeah, he got 2 feet in. He got two. He was able to drag the feet on it. It's amazing watching some of these players do some of the stuff they do.
I'm gonna give you a for instance why they doing that. In 2018, first round, 30th overall, Mike Hughes came out. Okay, so if you want to really look at that, what we got JPJ at 26 overall.
Mm-hmm.
And JPJ's value versus Mike Hughes' value, and Mike Hughes is a first rounder.
Yep.
I mean, a lot of people maybe they don't. I mean, maybe y'all don't realize that or not, but he's actually a first rounder.
All right. So
And
they
we've
handed.
also had.
They just had. We
Go
just
ahead,
had a
bro.
play. They handed off on 1st down, and I cannot see the amount of yards they gained. That we. It looks like they're going to timeout. We actually have a guy down on the field. I think that might have been Laquel London. I can't see who it is. They just cut to a commercial break. But go ahead, Chief.
And we have had a bunch of other first rounders. Along with that, I'm gonna give you another for instance of a guy that was a first rounder. That was in Atlanta. Jeff Okuda.
Yep.
He was actually third overall. Uh, And y'all, I mean, I don't know if y'all remember how they played, but first round, just because you drafted in the first round, second round, none of that matters.
Right.
Draft picks are a crapshoot because the
Yep.
transition from the NFL, from college to NFL, he might have been all world unstoppable in college, but once he gets to the NFL, that is a whole nother beast because everybody out there on the field is a superstar, even on teams that don't win a lot of games. And it's not because they're not talented enough, it's generally because they just can't get whatever the nucleus of what they need to put together. They just can't get it together, whether it be coaching, whether it be play call, whether it be a collective of all, the ownership, whatever. It's
Totally agree.
because in order to really win football games, everything has to kind of fall in place.
Totally
So,
agree.
but
Totally agree.
everybody out there, trust me, belongs in that league. There's like you're not gonna find guys that just you go out there we Joes and
Right.
I mean we can't go out there and do what they do. They might make it look like we can, but we can't. We can sit here and criticize all we want to, but that's all you're doing is just criticizing. Because in real life, if we're gonna really be honest and genuine about it, hey, if everybody can do it, we all be doing it. If that's the truth.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Real quick in the chat, uh, Jay Black asks, says, Simo and Pownell, what's going on with Mooney and his drops? And listen, man, that is the $1,000,000 question right there.
You see my face, Jay Black. I'm trying to tell you, bro. Me and you both, we need to go sit and have a conversation with Mooney.
I feel
Cause
like
I don't,
drops
man.
are.
Look,
I feel like drops are definitely a. I feel like they're a concentration thing a lot of the times. So, just in my humble opinion, I think that they're usually a concentration thing, and he had problems with that in Chicago. I will say that.
he
Yeah,
did. He had a big year. Then it came up. Same thing. Same thing last year. He had a big year. Then it comes up with these drops. That's that. Maybe he's drinking the Kool Aid. Maybe he's like people tell him he good, and he actually believe in it and don't think he got to show back up to work anymore.
yeah. That, that's my best thought toward it. But yeah, he drops way too many passes for me. Here we are, 3rd and 7. After they just ran the ball on the previous play, a second down. Tyrod is in the shotgun formation. It looks like one tight end, 3 receivers, and he's got Brees Hall in the backfield. He fires away, and he's just short of the first down. Let's see if they call it a catch. He fires to the tight end, and they do not call it a catch. So that brings up 4th and 7. And Divine Diablo's all over that play. He makes it a tough catch for them to even make, and that's something we've been missing a lot of. Is
Man,
when he's out there, it allows us to do. I think you talked about this, and I talked about this before too. But it allows us to blitz our other guys a little bit more. It makes it a lot more unpredictable what they're doing with the defense, because they will blitz Diablo as well too sometimes. So Caden Nelson is not a total liability, but if you got a lot of speed out there and somebody like Diablo, who's a better blitzer than J.D. Bertrand or somebody else that we might bring out there at linebacker, it gives you a lot more versatility in what you're able to do. Oh my God, we missed the punt return as they punted to us on 4th and 7, and the Jets recover it, and
oh man,
we fumbled it. It looks like it's a. They don't call it a touchdown, but they are able to recover it right at about the 1-yard line. And that's your boy, man, Agnew, who, oh my God, he has just been so disappointing this year, man. These are the type of.
definitely not my boy. I'm done with that.
That's your boy, bro. That's your boy. I'll let your people, bro. That's your boy.
You might get a little further in the conversation with him because that dude, man, I've been done with that experiment about 3 weeks ago.
Who sit for this Who sit for this mofo, bro?
Right.
Like,
Right. Send it back where he came from.
Return to sender, bro. Like,
I want to return on my dang money now.
man. Now, see that.
Yeah, maybe
The
he had
amount.
maybe one good showing last week, and that was about it.
Paying
I ain't
Jamal
seen
Agnew
nothing.
was like,
When I say nothing, I mean nothing.
here they go, first and goal. The Jets handed off to Brees Hall, and he just the middle opens right up, and he runs it right in for the touchdown. Agnew cost us a touchdown on that drive. I'm not even mad at the defense on that. Like Agnew, because I don't think we paid him a crazy contract, but it was pretty good money to just be a return guy. And it's almost
It's not even the money for me. It's the roster spot. I felt like it was some people that should have hopped in front. That's just my opinion.
I agree. It's kind of like getting 20% gratuity on your meal as you sit down, and you already iffy about the service and the food when you get in there, and then the food tastes terrible and the service is bad too, or the food is just kind of mediocre. You like, I could have did this at home. That's all. That's kind of what you feel like you're getting out of Agnew. And I joked about it, but that was kind of the case with Kirk earlier this year. But Agnew for sure has been a major disappointment because, like you said, there are some other players that we might have been able to give a roster spot, even on our team now. Somebody like Kobe Bryant that a lot of people have been liking. If you was gonna have somebody for special teams, I'm sure Kobe Bryant could have did a lot more on our special teams unit on coverage.
Right.
You know, as opposed to having somebody like Agnew returning punts for you. I mean, we could have had our backup running back doing our third string running back.
Carter.
Yeah,
Carter. Natron Brooks, return people. All those guys can return. Even
D. Alford.
Of course, Alford. I was just gonna say Alford. Even him. It's just, I mean, we could have went so many different directions, but just as far as that roster spot, you could have gave it to Drummond. You could have gave it to Nick Nash. I mean, and then you let these guys actually develop. Casey Washington was on the practice squad at first, but he actually got moved up. He's on I think he's injured as well. But it just, I mean, Agnew is just wasted space. And then if you notice, that's all he does. He's a return specialist. That's what he's supposed to do. And how are you supposed to be a return specialist and there's nothing special about you? I mean, let's just be real. I mean, I'm not saying you don't deserve to be in the NFL, but if you're gonna specialize in something, you should be really, really good at whatever that is you specialize.
You should be really good at that. It's like you only got one job and one job only, and I don't want to talk too crazy about it because again, these guys, it's incredibly hard to field punts. But if you're gonna be out there doing it, that's what you stake your hat on and everything.
Yeah.
Jay Black says in the chat that he says Agnew lost his job, and he probably will have. It's interesting with Raheem. You never know because he gives a lot of second chances in ways that I'm kind of like.
This is past second chance though. Like for real, like honestly, this is past second chance. Second chance was like 3 weeks ago for Agnew, in my opinion. Then he had a decent week showing last week against the Saints, and then here we are. And he was kind of falling down, and he kind of is raining, is falling down, and the ball that they kick is usually going to be slippery because they choose the ball, right? So if it's not your ball, you're not gonna go, okay, this is the ball I want to field. If you're not doing that, just get out of the way. Like, okay, I get it. And we may wind up with some bad field position or whatever if you can't field it properly. He was falling down, and I don't know if he lost the ball. You couldn't have lost it in the sun because there's no sun shining. So, I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah, it's infinitely it's infinitely frustrating, and you might be right about that, Jay Black. We see they just had Tompkins out there fielding the kick return on that. So, like you said, we're past second chances at this point, man. It's like
he's past second, right? Raheem just gonna have to pull the plug on that situation. You wasting your money and your time with it. Just take your L and keep it moving.
Yeah, man. Kirk comes out here on first down under center again. And you got single back. And they hand it off to Bijan on the inside zone. He bounces it back outside, and he gets us a pickup of a good 15 or 20 yards. He rumbles down to about the 35-yard line. Gotta love it. Gotta love it.
Yeah.
Let's see that again. They go from the 30-yard line. It's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 yards. He gets hit, and he rumbles forward for another 5 yards. That's what I love about Bijan Robinson. A lot of people look at him as
This is that kind of game.
yeah, he's a tough running back. He's always falling forward for what it's worth. A lot of people like to talk about Algier being our power back, but Bijan runs with a lot of power. Here we go, and they dump it out to Bijan again on first down. They had Algier and Bijan lined up in the backfield. I believe they might have been in pistol on that. I didn't think they were in pistol on that. It's Kirk dropped back. But that's one thing I will say about Zach Robinson. I am happy with his usage of being able to get both of those running backs out there at the same time without requiring one of them to be a lead blocking back. They kind of just they use the thread of the pass with one versus the other. So I do like when they get Algier and him out there at the same time. Here we go. Two tight ends again. 21 personnel. Single back under center, and yeah, they wrap up Bijan for about a loss of about 4 on that. Looks like a loss.
You don't need that.
3 or 4 maybe. It was only 2 that are showing that replay again, but yeah, we weren't. They were just able to get a lot of penetration on that. Yeah, it was like looks like about a 2-yard loss on that. And hey, good defensive play, man. I mean, I'm a defensive player. I gotta take my hat off when people when they make plays. Those guys get paid too.
Right.
Those guys get
And
paid.
if you watch these runs by Bijan, he's winning on the cutback because these guys, like our offensive line, you got to understand our offensive line. These are like third, fourth string guys. They're not necessarily opening the holes up the way that they should, So, we got to like but it's good that we got a guy like Bijan that can play the cutback. Like
on
his
third,
jump cut is unmatchable.
on 3rd and 6, we drop back for the pass with Kirk and shotgun, and the defense they blitz us, and they're able to get there, and they drop Kirk for looks like about a 4-yard loss on that. So we'll be punting on that one as well.
Zach got to stop with these slow developing plays.
Jay Black in the chat asked, "Are we drinking yet?" As a matter of fact, I am. I'm sipping on this Granddaddy Mims moonshine. I knew it was going to be one of those type of days. Shout out to our sponsor, Granddaddy Mims. Oh man, yeah, terrible.
Yeah, we got to stop these slow developing plays, man. Just take what they give you, man. It makes no sense. The offensive line is already struggling. The only way we're going to help them out is dink and dunk. Just dink and dunk right down the field instead of always having to get these big gashing plays.
Well,
that means your offense ain't working.
We know that they're gonna. We know that they're gonna have to run play action with Kirk. I mean, that's one of his. It actually helps out his game a little bit more, believe it or not. So sometimes that's what you're gonna get when you go with play action. You're gonna get blitzed sometimes, and they know that Kirk is not necessarily great under pressure. That's why when I hear a lot of people talking smack about Penix, I don't feel like Kirk is necessarily better under pressure than Kirk is. So they're gonna blitz him though, and they know he's not able to move as good. The irony behind that Penix having bad footwork and Kirk having good footwork is that Kirk actually is not able to get away from the rush as well as Penix does. Their footwork kind of affects their throwing motion and some of their throws that they're able to make and be on key with it. But I feel like Penix buys more time in the pocket than Kirk does. Ironically, he just doesn't have really good footwork or good quarterback mechanics, I'll say.
I think that was a backside blitz by the strong safety.
Yeah.
When Kirk got sacked on that one too.
Looks like they overloaded on that, right?
Right. And so they just didn't pick. They didn't slide the blocking pattern, and the guy came free. You have to slide when you say slide the blocking pattern. Usually, when the quarterback For those who don't know, when the quarterback calls out whoever the mic is, whether he's cheated to the right or left, you kind of gotta you go man over. You just go man over. You hand the guy inside with one hand on him to make sure that whoever got him, and then you slide back over. And there's usually gonna be a free man in there to pick that blitzer up, or the running back would have to see him coming, and they didn't slide the coverage, so the guy came free. That's something that comes with a seasoned offensive line. Right now, we're on third and fourth, so they're probably just learning this stuff. It's like you might know it, like you might see it on film, but it's totally different when you're in the game and a guy is barreling down on you, and you're engaged, and you have to come off of him and pick this guy up, pick up a blitzer or whatever.
Back in from the commercial, and they hand the ball off to Brees Hall on first down. And he rumbles forward for about looks like a 6 or 7 yard gain on that. That brings up 2nd and 3, so it's a 7 yard gain right there. And in this game of field position, and it raining out here, we're definitely gonna have to buckle down on this run. Now, I don't think we've been bad against it, but if we have the type of mistakes that we had with that missed fumble, these type of issues.
That and better play selection on third down. Those two things are the backbreakers right now. We got to have better play selection on third down. He's running all the right plays, but just not on that third down. That third down is like, let me just try to do something spectacular on third. No, dude, just play it straight up.
Totally agree. Um, Jay Black
But in
says
retrospect, this game ain't out of hand.
that he's gonna have to lay down on his couch from drinking already too much. Falcons will do that to you.
What he drinking every time he get pissed? So you must be taking a shot every time something bad happens. Okay,
They drop
reverse
back
that, Jay Black. Reverse it, man.
on
Drink when something good happens, then you might make it through the game.
they drop back on 3rd and 4, and Tyrod fires, and it's an incompletion. The Falcons are able to force an incompletion on that play, almost getting to him on the rush. So that brings up 4th and 4. So we were able to get off the field. So that is the bright spot of this team so far, as the defense. It's so weird even saying that. We didn't expect that this year coming out. So they punt the ball, and look, they got Agnew back there again. They got Agnew back there again,
man,
to field the punt. He lets it go. He doesn't try to field it that time. He calls it for a fair catch and lets it just bounce. But yeah,
I'm all for lifting the guy up, but this Agnew thing is just not working.
yeah.
I'm all for, like, hey man, give a guy another chance, and people can change. And I'm a glass half full type of guy, but man, it comes a time in a man's life, just like that song said. It's like you just gotta ABC 1, 2, 3 it for real,
I'm so, like, keep it simple, stupid. Just keep it
right?
simple, man. Um, yeah,
I'm sorry. I just wanted to remind the chat, hit that like button, comment, share, subscribe.
definitely hit that like and subscribe. Everybody out there watching us on YouTube, hit that hype button for us as well. Everybody on Facebook, hit that follow if you are watching us in off of a shared link. Mosey on over to the Facebook page for Point Game, where we are sharing the initial stream on Facebook, and like that page for us as well too. Small thing for you guys, but huge for us. Really appreciate it. So,
All right, let's see if the offense can get it turned around. Uh, this time, this go around.
yeah, man. I'm not sure how much ahead of you I might be. I know you're streaming it. Uh, Apologies to
I think
anybody.
you got me by three plays.
By about 3 plays, yeah. And shout out to you guys anybody who's streaming this at home. Watching on YouTube, TV, or any pirate links. Definitely IPTV, any of that. I might be a little bit ahead of you guys, so bear with us. on that. I'm trying not to do too much spoiling, but the game is the game. So if anybody does have a good link, drop that in the comments for any of our other people who are watching out of market who are not able to get a good game game report. It's crazy. My cousin has the NFL app to be able to watch the games, but he can't watch Falcons games because he's out of market. I mean, you were talking about that, G. Like you'll be out of the market, and so you can't watch the game sometimes because it's out of your market, even if you are paying for the NFL app, which is crazy.
Right.
All right, on first down,
They should come up. Go ahead, bro.
Let's say they just fire a pass away to looks like Sills on first down, and that's a pickup of 6 yards. Go ahead.
I was saying they should just come up with an app that just specifically, if you want to buy your team's app, like, and I've been thinking about that, and I'm like, man, that'd be a great selling point. You could just buy Atlanta app, where you just get all the preseason and season games regardless.
We're
That's
second
all
and
I was gonna
4.
say.
They hand off to Bijan and single back, and he rumbles forward for about 5 yards to pick up the first
So
down.
that's the first down. Yeah. Speaking of Sales is actually, I felt good about him in the beginning. He has a lot of potential to be that third wide receiver if given the opportunity and just allowed him to believe in himself.
Yeah, I feel like he could kind of fulfill an extra tight end role. Definitely is filling that role that we had with Drake London on some of that underneath stuff. They drop back on first down and they try to develop a screen pass to Bijan out of the backfield, but they're able to drop him for a 3-yard loss on that. I think they're trying to counteract some of that blitzing that they're doing, but just a little bit unsuccessful there on that particular. Unfortunate.
Right. The blitzing is kind of one of those things with the offensive line and whoever's picking it up, the running back out the backfield picking up the free comer. You just gotta just play some gritty football and keep your head on a swivel.
Okay, so they drop back on second and 13 and they fire away across the middle to Kyle Pitts and he catches it and he drags about 5 guys, 3 to 5
Oh,
guys for the first
he must
down.
have heard us. He
Yeah,
must have heard us then, bro. He heard us.
catches it. They show
He
the
heard
replay.
us.
Catches. He hits the first guy. Second guy tries to tackle. The third guy tries to tackle, and he just keeps the pile pushing for about another 3 or 4 yards on that. So okay, he's playing a little bit.
Yeah, he heard us.
A little bit more big.
You ain't telling me he didn't. You can't tell me he didn't hear us because I've been talking smack on him for 3 weeks.
I have too. Lord knows I have. All right, we drop back again on first and 10, and he fires over the Seals a little bit deep on the numbers, and it's an incomplete. Could have been picked off if they would have set on that a little bit differently. So we keep an eye on that. Kirk kind of makes me a little nervous sometimes when I see him dropping back in some of these.
Right.
Not even gonna lie to you.
I get a little nervous too, especially with this wet football thing. That always makes me a little unhinged.
Here we go, second and 10, empty formation. And they run a little bubble screen to Kyle Pitts, and he's able to rumble forward for about a 6-yard gain. That's going to bring up third and short. Looks like a 7-yard gain. So, but he actually got more than that because remember they actually dropped him for 3. So that was almost a 10-yard gain on that. That brings up third and 3. So just increase the versatility.
That's not a bad situation.
Yep.
Just don't call a stupid play because this is where Zach Robertson comes up with these dang brain farts of play calling.
This makes the play calling a little bit more versatile on this down. We go with an empty formation, but Bijan out at running back. Kirk steps up, goes deep, and It's an incomplete. He fires away to it looks like Drummond. Number 80. I think that's he's at the outside receiver. He gets deep on him. He had him beat. Kirk was a little slow to see that going through his progressions, I guess, and
Right.
it could have been they could have called pass interference on that. The cornerback didn't completely get his head turned around on that. I think it gets a little subjective sometimes. There's a lot of times they can actually call pass interference, but they don't. We punted from our 35-yard line, and we're just outside the 10-yard line, but inside the 20. Looks like it's at about the 11 or 12-yard line that they get it to drop out of bounds. So pretty good punt on that as we trade our field position back and forth. So and drop an F in the chat if you do fantasy football. Let us know how your fantasy football team is doing today. My team, I'm still looking for a playoff slot right now. I need this game. This game right here. I'm tied for first place in my division, but the tiebreaker is going to the guy who has more points right now. So I need for him to lose, and I need to win this game because if we both lose, he still has the title. Probably can still make the playoffs, but I'm looking at. I got some crazy games, and I'm looking. I could have actually started Kyle Pitts this game, but I actually dropped him. He had been. I kind of got tired of trying to see what Kyle Pitts was going to do. Kind of interested to see if anybody actually picked him up. Yep, somebody picked him up. I knew that was going to happen. Guy picked him up and started it right away. Hey, so be it. So be it. I started Jawan Johnson for the I hate to say it, but the tight end for the Saints. Don't hate me, guys.
Yeah, they might eat you up for that one, bro.
Hey, you got to take the feelings out of the game. You got to take the emotions out of the game.
Yeah, when you playing fantasy football, it's about a little less about what's on the decal on the side of your helmet,
Hey, listen,
and it's more about productivity.
I take the emotions out of the actual fantasy football game, and I take the emotions out of my sports conversation. It doesn't matter how much I like you as a player, and sometimes I don't even like the decisions that the team is making, but I'm going to support the decisions and hope to see the best and hope for the best with them. But I'm going to keep it honest as well too. Whenever I see stuff out there, if you know, Kyle Pitts is one of my favorite players, and I've been very much an apologist for him. But I mean, if you ain't been playing, you ain't been playing. He's too inconsistent with a lot of what he's doing, and it's really hard to get around it.
Yeah, I don't even know who Kyle Pitts is. I still don't know his identity, so I'm gonna have to agree with you on that one.
Yeah, man.
He has absolutely nothing that he does consistently well.
It's terrible, bro. Here we're back in from commercial break, and they toss it to Brees Hall. Looks like a gain of about 3 or 4 on that play right there.
And they're not doing anything spectacular outside of that muff punt. They ain't got nothing going, just like we ain't got nothing going.
Right. And so
He's watching paint dry.
in the chat, Jay Black says, "Oh Lord, we passing on the ball on a rainy day." Do you think they're passing too much, G, or are you okay with what you're seeing? So,
No, I mean we gotta throw the ball. I get it. Throw, but we not. No, I think we need to run more than what we're doing. Like I think we're getting away from the run a little too quick. Like we're acting. He's kind of play calling like we're down by two touch by. It's like a two possession game, and it's really not.
right.
You can methodically get back into it, and like he said, like Jay Black is saying, it's raining, man. I mean, hand the ball off
I
and
like to
cut.
see
Stop with the. I mean, the day would be your dive days. Like let's get Bijan and Tyler going. Even if you give Carter a couple of touches, let's run the ball. I mean, nothing wrong with passing, but a little less passing, a lot more running. Just let's just run the ball today.
I would
I'm
definitely
cool with
be
that.
one of the most run happy teams right here. They just tossed the ball to Brees Hall on this last play as well too, and he's able to. Looks like a slight loss on that play. That brings up second and 13 if you kind of get them down in the backfield a little bit. I love the pursuit of everybody. They're all everybody's all running to the ball. It's going to be huge for us. On second and 13, they does a little shovel flick of the wrist to Brees Hall in the backfield as everybody's covered, and that looks like a loss of about 5 yards on that play. He is not able to get to the line of scrimmage, and this is why I like Jalen Walker and James Pierce Jr. so much, and all that speed we have on the edge. These guys are better tacklers than say an Arnold Ebiketie, and they're better pass rushers than somebody like Lorenzo Carter that we had last year. But they close on the ball really fast. They're sure tacklers, and they have a high awareness of what's happening on the field. So they're able to snuff out screens and a lot of that stuff. And you can peel those guys on running backs out of the backfield as well too. And we're able to get a sack as I'm talking. They drop back for a pass on that, and Leonard Floyd and Jalen Walker both collapsed the pocket, and as he tried to get away from Jalen Walker, he goes right into Leonard Floyd. So huge play like right
What is
there.
that? Is that three? Is that three for Leonard? I think that's three for Leonard.
That's 2 for Leonard, I think. It looks like they
It
had.
was one. He had 1.5.
Yeah, I
So
think he
yeah,
had
you're
one.
right. It might
So
be 2.5 or something.
I'm not sure if they had James Pierce Jr. out there as well too. He was slapping a 5 on that one, but he definitely had Jalen Walker out there, and both of those guys. Sometimes even it's not even about the sacks; it's about how much can you affect the quarterback spot. How much can you affect the quarterback being comfortable in the pocket? A lot of times people get pressure, but guys are still be good under pressure. With this team, when we get pressure, like quarterbacks they're not comfortable under the pressure that we're bringing. Like they're oftentimes about to eat a sack, and when we get there, we're trying to strip the ball as well too. So
Right.
it's a different level of play. It's definitely been elevated a lot with these guys out here, and I couldn't be happier with
Right.
with the performance we're getting from our young pass rushers, and even the veteran with Leonard Floyd. I saw somebody on another group that will go unnamed, but they were saying that next year they would bring back Ebiketie. They were saying that they think Ebiketie will command a 9 or 10 yard, a 9 or 10 million dollar price tag this year. I would not pay that. They were saying
But
they
I'm
want.
saying you didn't ask them to elaborate because that would be where I would need to. You got to explain why you feel like that and why you think he would be worth that type of money. I'm with you, but I would still, I'm just for just let them just look. If you gonna blow it, I'm not gonna assume why you blowing it. You're gonna tell me why you blowing it
So
because I
so
really
this,
need to.
I did not ask them to elaborate because, and this is why I said that group will go unnamed. They're one of those people that when you start asking them, and they I don't even know if it's one individual because it's a whole other group brand. It has its own page, and they have multiple people that are oftentimes under that account making posts for them. So it could be anybody, but I've noticed a propensity with this particular brand that if you ask them to elaborate on what they're seeing, they will start name calling, or it'll be that you're emotional or you're in your feelings if you're asking them to elaborate on that. I think they went in heavy about Nate Landon, saying, "Oh, we should have kept Nate, and he's been so much better if we would have had him here." Nate Landman, of course, and look at what he's done out there in LA. I was like, well, can you tell me on tape what you've seen that he does so well that you think would fit this defense or whatever? Because I didn't say he wouldn't be a good player here, but just for the style of what we have. So I am curious why they think he's going to command that amount. They did say they don't think he's worth that. So okay, here we go real quick. Sorry, we'll hold that thought. They hand off to Bijan, and he picks up the first down and then some. Looks like a gain of about 15 yards on that play. But yeah, just speaking on that, yeah, they did say that they didn't think he was worth that. So I would be kind of curious to see how they arrived at that number that they were saying.
Right. So I agree 100%, but it's like I not
Right?
me. And it's like I mean that's predicated off of what and then even like the Landman situation. Landman is more of a 4-3 Mike linebacker. So, and this is an attack defense, in my opinion. Our defense is straight pin your ears back and let it rip. And if you're not like a sideline to sideline linebacker with late Nate Landman ain't necessary. He's a great open field tackler. He reads the interior stuff very well, but in this defense, he probably would have looked just like JD Bertrand. To be totally honest with you, it'd look like the exact almost mirror image of what you would have got out of it. So
Jay Black is asking. They go to commercial break real quick right here. Everybody's tapping into us on the stream to follow the game. Uh, they went to commercial on second down here, but Jay Black says, why your boy Ra haven't moved Blair up to the 53 yet? And
because Drummond and Seals and was KC Washington, all them guys. I mean, they were thick at that number 4 or 3 slot. So, but I like Christian Blair, but I mean, is he out playing Hodge, Drummond, and in sales? I mean, and that would be a no. Nick Nash might be him, and might be a little better than Blair. I like Blair. Don't get me twisted, but it's just we deep at that type of receiver. We're like thick at that fourth and third receiver. Yeah, you got to get in where you fit in at. So I mean, he kind of falls in the wrong, in the wrong little. He getting lost in the sauce, as they say, as I would say. That's my saying, lost in the sauce.
I,
So
I definitely agree with you. That's kind of what I was gonna say. I think Blair he's okay. He's. I don't think
right.
he's. When you have that many guys that seem like they're very close to each other, right, from the outside looking in, I almost have to really trust what I'm seeing out of the coaches to who they're giving that. I haven't seen any of those other guys necessarily jump off tape when I see them out there.
It ain't be in the preseason to be like a number 2 receiver. You gotta dominate. Like you gotta dang there every time the ball is in the air. You gotta come out with it. I mean, and it ain't Nick ain't there yet. I'm not. And then Nick was a one hit wonder. I'm not no knock on Nick Nash. He was a finalist for the Blitnikoff, but at the same time, he was like that was only 1 year that he was able to do that. So there's still some development and transition
Real
that has
quick,
to happen.
we're back in from commercial and they actually handed off to Bijan and not much of a gain on that play. Might have been just a stop that brings us up to third and fourth. And Kirk is in shotgun. Bijan back to the backfield. They got tight ends split out wide or in the slot. They fire away to Kyle Pitts, who's able to pick up a gain of about 6 yards on that first down. So previously on that,
Good
I think
stuff, Kyle.
Jamie Sherwood was able to get over there on Bijan Robinson. He's a guy that I was really, he's a really good linebacker. He's one of those got that mold that Jeff Ulbrich loves having at linebacker. He's a guy that I was hoping that we could have signed in the offseason. Believe it or not, that's who I wasn't too sure about Divine Diablo, but Divine Diablo is doing all the stuff that I was hoping we could have signed Jamie Sherwood to do. And as you see, that's why the Jets went back and made sure that they signed Sherwood, because he was such a good player for them with the amount of stuff that he's able to do out there for them. The versatility, he fills a very similar role to what Diablo does for us
Right.
as well. So.
Jay Black says, Seymour, that question for Miss Sid, LOL. I wanted to hear her go off on Raw, LOL. Then it says
Okay.
Nick Nash was a one hit. He has potential. He does
Hold
have
on,
potential.
they just ran it to Bijan on first down, and he picked up about 7 yards on that play, and then they just fired away to Drummond on second down. They pick up a first down, so we just picked up a first down in the last 2 plays. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
I take that. Well, he was just saying Nick Nash has potential after he was saying he wanted to hear her go off on Rock. He said that question was for Miss Sis. But yeah. But yeah, he got potential. All I'm saying is just that what he did that big year, he did the 1,300 yards. It's only, he only played wide receiver 1 year. I think they were converted it from quarterback. So we gotta let him develop. I ain't saying cut him. Hell no. But I'm just saying, like you said,
real quick,
we got a lot of guys that's in that same window of opportunity.
We just handed off to Bijan right there on first down. He's able to pick up about 5 yards, and the offense is running tempo. We are on the 20-yard line right now, so we got about 30 seconds. 30 seconds left on the game clock right now for going into the half. So we're almost at the 2 minute. We're under the 2 minute warning, almost in the halftime, and they just fired away right there to Darnell Mooney. Looks like on play action, and he's able to pick up the first down. They just called a timeout. So they are
Curtis so much better in the 2 minute warning. I mean, if every dang on play was a 2 minute warning, he'd be, I don't know, something like, it's like an alarm goes off. He's so much better in a 2 minute warning than anything.
Hey, and
when you give him a clock, he sucks.
And that brings up first and goal. And the Falcons come out in single back formation. We got Tyler Algier in the backfield. Looks like we got 2 tight ends with Bijan out there as well, running in and moving him in motion. And we get a pass interference in the back of the end zone on Seals. Well,
so that's first and goal.
They interfered on Seals. Seals did not draw the pass.
Oh, okay.
Defense got a defensive pass interference as Kirk went for Seals. And if they didn't pass interfere on that, Seals that's a touchdown. So that's
2 weeks. That would have been 2 weeks in a row too if they would have let it ride. Because he caught one last week.
Yep. So that it was already first and goal, but I think it's about half the distance of the goal. So that brings us up to about the 1 yard line. It's like about the 1 or 2 yard line. They line up in a 2-back looking, almost an I-form look, but they had number 52 in the backfield as a lead blocker for Bijan. I'm not sure if that's a linebacker or not, but or a lineman. It's like an undersized lineman or a linebacker potentially, but he's able to lay a nice little lead block. But Bijan gets about a half a yard, maybe a yard on that play. So that brings up second and goal, and we call our second timeout on that play. So Bijan's kind of over there looking like, man, I didn't get that, man. I could have. So they bring in Tyler Algier on that. I know they probably got a friendly competition. You like to see that type of deal. It's like, oh
yeah.
You ain't gonna get this one. I ain't gonna let you get this one, bro. I'm about to score on this one, So
right. But they definitely boys.
Yep. They're good friends though. It's a healthy competition for those two guys. we have a two back look, a broken I form, pistol I form look, and they hand it off to Algier, and he is able to punch it in for a touchdown. And they're probably going to review this, but it looks like it was. It looks like it was definitely a touchdown. I don't think he was. Uh, I don't think he was down on that. Replay again. Inside of 2 minutes, all challenges have to come from the booth, and they review all touchdowns, if I'm not mistaken. But he was undeniably in for the touchdown on that. And we score with 9 seconds left on the game clock for the second quarter right now. And let's see if they're going to actually. Okay, I saw Bijan looking like he was running to the field, but they actually are going to line up for the field goal point attempt try after this with Gonzalez, who's been great for us. Gonzalez has been awesome. I think we got our kicker for next year. More than likely.
I think so too.
He's been pretty reliable. Not where I wouldn't say automatic, but where automatic for us, automatic enough for us, right? Because he's been very, very reliable.
Yeah, ain't no that. We're gonna leave room for error. That's what we gonna do because our kicking issues have been a nightmare since the end of last year.
Listen, it's like I'm just hoping we can make a kick. That's where we were at.
Right.
So,
and it's like you score, you like, yeah, then you be automatic, and now you like, oh man, I hope he make it. For real.
Yep. So that's definitely been an issue for us. So they update the score out here for us. Falcons are it's 7-7 on the tie. We'll get that adjusted in the video chat for you guys as well too on the video. See what we're doing. And Jay Black, just for full transparency, man, Miss Sis is definitely a sports fan, but you know she's getting a little bit more into the team intricacies of some of the football stuff. So some of the goings ons of some of the personnel moves and some of the things that they're doing. So we'll just be fully transparent about that. But she's got some nice insight, exciting thoughts about things. How you feeling, Miss Sis, about tagging along for your first stream with us?
I'm enjoying this. I'm usually just a fly on the wall with my brothers, but I guess it's like I'm in the same room, except I have to remember to dart my eye, check the chat.
Sure.
But no, Nick has. Well, Jay said Nick has one hit. He has potential. I know for something. So yeah, Jay Black said Nick was one hit. He has potential. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying this rainy day. Passing the ball.
That's what's up. I know it could
I
definitely
actually
go ahead.
no, I just thought about something. In the past, I always noticed it rains around this time of year for a lot of the games.
Mm-hmm.
It
Have
does.
you noticed the same? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong feed. Have you noticed
Especially in New York, they're in New Jersey, but it's right
exactly?
next to the field is right next to New York. Like if you cross the GW Bridge, it's
Yeah.
right there. Like you can see it when you're on the GW Bridge coming out of New York City, the boroughs.
Yeah,
It's right there.
I'm from the tri-state area, and this is like tradition almost. It's like
Right.
it's raining, it's always cold. But yeah.
Now that's close to Niagara Falls, right?
No, that's upstate.
Okay.
You took Niagara Falls is close to Canada. This
I thought
is
that was close.
right across.
I thought that there was a huge waterfall somewhere over there. But the Meadowlands, that's kind of a somewhat marshy, swampy area aside from that, right?
It is. It is. It's like wetlands because you're coming off the Hudson. Like the Hudson is right underneath, and then you come across. That's what you actually crossing when you crossing the GW. Like it's the Hudson, and it comes back around. I don't know what that little ravine is called, but it's pretty much the Hudson right there. And then you got you coming off like you got like Brooklyn and Queens and all that, Lower Manhattan. all that stuff is right there, all those boroughs, and then you cross over the bridge and it's right. I mean, it's like soon you can kind of see the stadium sitting off it's almost to your right in front of you, almost to your right. You can see the stadium right there, but it's actually in New Jersey. So the bridge actually separates New Jersey and New York,
Hmm.
the GW Bridge. Which, if you go across the GW Bridge, y'all better have y'all money because that thing ain't cheap. For real.
Yeah, man.
That bridge.
I've been up in New York with them toll roads. It's kind of trippy because in Georgia we don't really have them. We've got the one by 400. It used to be a toll road. I don't think they do the tolls anymore.
Oh, they stopped that on
I
100.
feel like maybe they did though.
I don't know. I ain't. If I see toll road, I'm trying to find another way. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying some of them, but the South toll roads ain't bad. Is like you say, you go up north, man. You better have your wallet. Uh, if you go to Florida, like I think like you go from Orlando down to Miami or something, or West. It's really West Palm, not all the way down. Well, no, you can't go all the way down to Miami on the toll road. What am I talking about? That one's an expensive one, but that's kind of like probably the most expensive you're gonna get where we're at, right? So, but when you get up north, man, it's nothing. New Jersey, all the way through New Jersey, Delaware. I think it starts in Delaware, goes all up and through New Jersey, New York, pretty much all the way up to Connecticut. Is you just better have your money right because you're gonna 9 times out of 10 you're gonna have to run a toll. You got to really know what you're doing to get around it. So, but it seemed like up there, like with two teams playing in the same thing, that stadium would be like just immaculate. Like it would be like this like kind of like ours, like our stadium. I mean, I don't know, for the people who've never been to our stadium, y'all really got to visit it. Our stadium is ridiculously nice.
Yeah, I've not. I've been inside the stadium. I've not been to a game yet. Um,
Oh yeah, you got to experience that, bro.
yeah, I'm kind of agitated that I've not got a chance to go to one of those games yet.
So what me and you will do, we'll plan next year. We'll pick a game out, and me and you, we rolling, bro. We gotta go. I gotta go with you to your first one.
Yeah,
'Cause
man.
that's
Like
gonna be
I ain't
crazy
been to one since they've been in the Benz Stadium. The last game, Falcons game I went to was actually in the dome, and I think that might have
in
been
the
during
dome. Yeah,
it might have been
the
during Matt
Georgia Dome.
Ryan's rookie year, maybe. Me and my mom went to that
Wow,
game.
that's crazy.
R.I.P. It's crazy. She was a
That's a
Bears
long
fan,
time
so it
ago.
was when they were playing the Bears, and he had his first comeback victory. So that was a really good one. I got to troll her a little bit on that about that game.
Right,
So man,
right.
Doe supposed to have been. Doe got a couple more got a couple more game tickets for this season. So we was talking about hitting one of those. So Doe, I ain't trying to put you on blast, homie, but yeah, we gotta make that happen too, bro. So but if not, me and G Dub is gonna have to go ahead and time it out and see what's up with that.
Hey, either way it go, man, I'm down. I'm down for whatever, man. But it is a great experience because it just like you're not in the elements. It's hype in there. Oh, I know when you remember last year when Kirk was swag surfing. I mean, it's you got to be there. You see it
Right.
in real life. It's like it is like he said. The energy is crazy in there.
Yeah, and it's funny. I've been inside the stadium because I do a lot of audio visual work over that way at the Georgia World Congress Center. So
Hmm.
I've kind of tapped in there and checked out a few times, and I was actually supposed to be a cameraman for the team at one point. I went and actually talked to somebody on the production crew to kind of go scope out the area and see what it looked like.
That
But
would be dope.
and
That would be
man,
real dope.
that would be infinitely dope uh,
Right.
to do that. But and again, anybody who's tapping in with us right now, we're right now. It's at halftime. Uh, the Falcons are tied up with the Jets 7-7. Uh, this is one of those rainy games that it's been a game of field position, but we have had the advantage with using Bijan Robinson out there on a lot of the plays that we have. It's been a very run heavy game and a lot of short yardage, dink and dunk stuff. And for the most part, they've done a pretty good job of taking what they've been giving them. Kirk did press, had been pressing a little bit more than I wanted to see him do in this game. Uh, or Zach Robinson has gotten a little bit more pass happy than I'd want to see and started panicking. But I think we just got to play our game. We can't take this team for granted. Uh, they're not necessarily great in any aspect of the game, but they're a better team than their record has. I know they say you are what your record is, but I think that this team is a little bit better than just a 2 or 3 win team. They are capable of having more wins on this. And you don't want to be the team that let them uh, kind of get it together or steal one of their cheap wins uh, this game. So, what are your thoughts, G, on what the Falcons are going to need to do moving forward in the second half from what you've seen so far?
And I actually just posted this in the group. We need to come out and run the ball, run heavy, run, and just till our running backs' tongues hang out their mouth. I mean, get all three of them involved. With this raining like it is. I mean, and like I said, I present to you again. Kurt is so much better in the 2 minute offense than I mean. I don't understand it. I don't get how guys can be better in the 2 minute offense than when you got a full clock in front of you. Maybe it's the play call, or just maybe he can is more rhythmic. I don't know, but there's just that the defense is actually playing good football. I mean, they're actually playing some really good football. They're giving up a little bit of stuff as they figuring things out as far as how this offense goes. We're gonna have to see what changes Bricks makes to just shut down. It's been the tight end, these little dink passes, and outside of that little muff kick that they got on the 1 yard line, that's pretty much all they had going for the most part. But like just reiterating, run the ball, run the ball. You know what I'm saying? And you run the ball, and then if you're gonna take what the defense gave us, I know Mooney came up with one in the red zone down there. Um, so when the ball is coming your way, man, you got to be sure-handed. Like we can't do the drop thing, we can't do the miscommunication. Even on that one play, the incomplete right before we punted it, before we went down and scored the drive before that, it was pretty much two people in the same area. I don't know. Seals kind of threw his arms like what are we doing? Like I mean, and that's kind of that would be the question I would have to ask too. What are we doing? It's two people. I mean, within 5 yards of each other. What are we running the same route or what?
Yeah, I
Is
think that
that
those.
because we
Go ahead, my bad.
go ahead, bro?
I
No,
was
you
gonna,
good.
I was gonna say those are the type of things that those are the type of things that you have to question coaching on. Concentration lapses. How prepared is the team where you don't have those type of mishaps or miscues in making sure that everybody completely understands what their assignments are and there's not brain farts on those type of plays, knowing where everybody is at on each play. I know that Zach Robinson likes to run a lot of option routes. And when you run option routes like that, if you don't have a more cerebral wide receiver or tight end or whatever the case is, that could kind of throw some things up because their rules uh, tend to have a little bit more thinking. You got to be really good route runners for this. So uh,
Right.
you almost have to question at times. Okay, well, is he doing what's conducive to the squad that we have there? And it's hard to say without
That
looking
that's
at.
a great presentable question. I
Yeah,
mean, you gotta and I mean sometimes you gotta take that out of it and be more definitively decisive. You can't the option thing, like giving people options is not always, especially with a quarterback. Just I'm not saying that Kirk hasn't started in the league before, but this is only what his third game starting. So I mean, let's just be a little more decisive in what we're doing. And I mean, I'm all for clean routes, but we got to understand our offensive line is struggling. So you got to constantly be peeping in the backfield with this struggling offensive line we have. So you may not be able to run an 8 yard and out, or 8 yard and in. You might have to cut it down to 5 yards and peep in the backfield before you get there, and then come off your route zone to help your quarterback. It just, I mean, you want to be good or you want to be great? That's the question.
Yeah. Yep. There's definitely going to be a little bit. It's going to have to be a lot more of that. We're going to have to really rely on Kirk's decision making at this point in time, and just veteran leadership at this point, which kind of gives me trepidations. Not the leadership part, but just the decision making. Kirk is not necessarily the best with the football, and even his communication, like not letting them know that he was hurt last year, those type of things. Not 100% sure what you're going to get with Kirk at times, so that does throw some things into question. So it's going to be interesting to see what we're able to do moving in the second half. But I think, like you said, we definitely got to come back out here and run the ball. I think they got to make sure they don't get too cute at this point in time. This is, you're not going to win the game in the second half right now at the top of the third quarter, but you could definitely come out here and do some things that'll have you lose the game. We're going to give them the ball back because we got the ball first, so we'll be kicking to them. So we have to come out here and stop their run game, get the ball back, and go score. But if they're able to drive on us and kick a field goal, or even able to score a touchdown because they're able to run the ball effectively, or if they get a big play, we have to make sure that we come back and play our game and not, like you said, get away from the run. Because if we start pressing, we will start having a lot more downs that are just empty and kind of wasted drives. If we become too pass happy on this, the run is going to always be our friend with setting up our passing game a lot more. So we want to keep them worrying about where we're at with it. And as they get ready to kick off, they were just kind of showing Jalen Walker on the sideline, like just mouthing it up, getting people hyped. You could just tell he got that energy in him. I want to strap some pads up right now and go out there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And bust some heads.
If
you
I
know
can
what I'm saying?
that clock and shoot up, man. Shoot, I try to get with the boys too, right?
Right, man. You could just tell. I saw somebody saying that before. It's like, oh man, you can tell we ain't got no dogs because they're not talking it up on the sideline. But I was like, look, man, the game, that's showing you what's on the field most of the time. Trust and believe. If you got a person like James Pierce Jr. and Jalen Walker on the sideline, or Leonard Floyd, these guys are out there talking it up. These guys are out there getting, challenging each other.
That's crazy, man. I agree. That is crazy to even pretend like that's man. Those are football players. They're warriors, man. You got to have some type of mindset to just even get out there. So just for you to come up with that, just because the camera try to keep it, the NFL protect the shield, polished, pristine. So they're not gonna go jam the camera in the guy's face when he's cussing. And
real quick, because they just ran a play. They faked the handoff on first down and they get it out there to the wide receiver Mitchell for a gain of 5. And on second down, 2nd and 5, they actually go ahead and hand it off to Breece Hall, and that looks like a loss of about 1 yard. So that's going to bring up hopefully 3rd and 6. Okay, that's 3rd and 5 that brings up, so that he's able to just get back to the line of scrimmage. But go ahead.
But yeah, I was saying they ain't gonna go jam the camera in a guy's face when he's cussing and talking about, like Tyson said, I eat your kids. They're not gonna put that's not the NFL's thing. They're not gonna do that. So trust that does happen though.
They drop back on 3rd and 5, and they try to go after Alford on the sideline with Mitchell again, and we're able to stop that. We're able to force fourth down. So we got the field on 3rd and short. Yeah, man. So and I like the speed that we got out here again. Talking about our edge defenders, I keep going back to this. But somebody like Tyrod Taylor, if we had the same roster we had last year, he might have been able to scramble a little bit more for that. You got these edge guys that can close the gap very fast. They have really good closing speed.
Yes, they do.
James Pierce Jr. is a guy.
I think it's 4-4. James Pierce Jr. is 4-4, and Walker is 4.5, so yeah,
So
they
when they talk
fast.
about that, right, that 4.4 speed. But what's even more telling about how explosive his speed is he has a 1.5 second
Shuttle.
split. Yeah, it's 15
Okay,
yard splits are
that's
1.5 yard of 1.5 seconds. So that means that he's getting
that's
to
crazy.
15 yards, 10 or 15 yards in 1.5 seconds. Just to put that in perspective, that's the type of speed that a small receiver has. That's the type of
Absolutely.
quickness that a small receiver has. So
Hmm.
that just shows you how explosive and what the type of athletes that these guys are. That's why they're able to close even better. So they punt it to us. They trap us inside the 5 yard line. On first down, we actually we handed off to Tyler Algier, and he's able to just get to the line of scrimmage, just barely get to the line of scrimmage. So uh, we're in that game of field position, but we got to be very patient right here. We can't panic. Can't panic. Good teams
Right.
don't beat themselves. And that's been a problem of ours. We've been beating ourselves far too many times this year. They hand off to Tyler Algier on 2nd and 11, and he busts the play wide open. Gets up to the first down. If not, he's just short of it. Let's see what kind of spot they give him. I did not see the referee uh, call for the first down, but it looks like he picks up all of what we needed on that one play. Like he's just at the pylon. Maybe a third and inches. We're gonna cross our fingers for the first down on it. And he does pick up the first down. They have Bijan out there now. Let's see if they go back to the run on this play. They go to play action, toss it out to Pitts on the opposite side in the flats, and he's able to get about a 7 or 8 yard gain on that. And Kyle Pitts is this is bittersweet, man, because like I said, I dropped him in fantasy football, but he's out here having him a game right now.
He's having a good game. Like I told you, that first season he had a real good game against the Jets. So this might just be his sweet spot right here. I'll take it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That takes us to 2nd and 3 at about the 26, 27 yard line. Sorry, 24 yard line. And they go right back to the run with Bijan Robinson off tackle zone, outside zone run. He picks up the first down on that.
Good deal.
Yeah, I think if when you play Bijan, like when you play this style of play, it's hard to not see Bijan is the best running back in the NFL. A lot of people were able to see Jahmyr Gibbs. He had a really great game on Thanksgiving Day, and he's been really good so far this season. But I think Bijan's still a better running back because we offers you with pass blocking, just his power running. They fake to Bijan right here on first down, and then they dump it out to Bijan off of the play action. Bijan is wide open, and the field just gets open for a lot more real estate. He runs forward for about 20, 30 yards after he catches that on the dump down. We have a flag on the play. This could be holding. I hope it's not holding. I hope it's illegal contact downfield. It might be an illegal block or a block in the back or something like that. Hopefully that becomes a spot foul. Personal
While we
foul,
waiting
roughing
on
the
them to,
passer.
all right, well, take that.
I'll take that right there. Yeah,
But
go ahead.
but let me kick it on Jameer. Jameer is not necessarily even the starter. David Montgomery is. Jameer is a
Is he?
change of pace back,
Is he?
and it's just the way they use him.
I thought they were starting Jameer now. I know they've been giving him a lot more touches than Montgomery. So yeah, even
When I'm saying necessarily, Montgomery does the more heavy lifting
right.
of the starter. Jameer is like a serious change. If you watch how they run him, and I mean they get him fully involved, both of them. But Montgomery is more of your he just comes off more as like the does all the heavy lifting like the starting running back. Jameer is like the off tackle change of pace guy that is hard to tackle, hard to catch, speed around the end and stuff like that.
It looks
Even though Jameer does express some power at times.
it looks like that penalty was enforced after the play on top of the yardage that we got. And
That'll work
so
because that's 15 yards.
yeah, so
For roughing the pass is 15 yards.
right now we are at the 14-yard line, and we are in the green zone. We are or red zone, whatever you want to call it. A lot of officers are calling it the green zone now. They go and they hand the ball off to Tyler Algier on first down, and it looks like a gain of about 7 or 8 yards. So we capitalize on this drive, and it looks like we're going to be able to come away with at least 3 on this drive. So I'm hoping for the touchdown. That brings up 2nd and 5 right here, and let's see if they have Tyler Algier in the game still. And this, I kind of wonder, like, why we weren't doing this a lot more with Michael Penix, like just running the ball a lot more. And they drop back and they pass it. They dump the ball to Bijan out there in the flat. He runs it back to the inside. Looks like a gain of about maybe 3 or 4 yards. It's going to bring up 3rd and short. You got 3rd and 2, so about a 3-yard gain on that. And that's the evolution of Bijan as well too. Him not just trying to always break a big play. Sometimes just turning the ball upfield and taking what you can get, like 3 yards. A 3-yard gain is a 3-yard gain sometimes. Sometimes that's all you can get on it. So, and sometimes it takes a lot of elusiveness for him just to get those 3 yards. So I love that about Bijan. But okay, they hand off to Bijan right here, and it looks like he's going to run it in for the touchdown, baby. Yes, sir.
All right.
It looks like he, I think that was
So that was a drive.
That was a drive right there, man.
That was actually a drive.
That was a beautiful cutback. Yeah, beautiful drive on that, by the way. Yeah, just all positive yards for the most part, highly executed. They're going to run this back again. No, let's look at this replay. Okay, it's a zone, and he just cuts it out. That's one reason I think they like running that outside zone with Bijan so much. It allows him to set up his vision, and because he had such a quick burst, it puts the other team at more of a disadvantage when they're running that with him versus Tyler Algier. Algier hits that well as well too, but
right.
They're both good downhill runners, but that downhill style definitely works for Algier a little bit more. But having Bijan out there, the way we block it, and both of them having such good vision and being good
right.
cutback runners, they both excel very much in that offensive style. But with Bijan,
right.
it's just so hard because you're scraping as a linebacker. You're scraping. You see the ball. You're trying not to overrun anything. You're trying to get to him fast, but you can't run so fast and get to him because he's going to change direction faster than you can stop and replant and change direction. He knows where he's going. You don't know where he's going. So it puts you in a panic mode when you're at linebacker and they're just running the ball with Bijan, especially if they just get into that Kirk under center, quarterback under center. It really makes it less predictable on what they're doing on their field, on their side, and it makes it harder on not only your linebackers but also on your safeties as well too. So I love that Zach Robinson is adapting right now, at least after halftime, with his play calling. This has been 2 pretty bad defenses or pretty bad teams the last couple weeks, at least compared to us. But you gotta beat the teams you're supposed to beat if you want to be a contender in this league anyway, because you're gonna get a good 5 or 6 games like that anyway. How many times do we look up at the end of the year and it's like, oh, this team made the playoffs and they ain't play anybody, but it's like, well, they beat all the people they were supposed to beat. If you lose to those
and
guys,
that's what matters. You got to beat the team you're supposed to beat. You're right, bro.
Yep, because we've seen that we could beat these good teams like the Bills. We've seen that. Hell, we've had some very close games, even against Tampa Bay, the Colts, the Patriots. All winnable.
Yeah. Right.
You could have won those games. So you gotta
right.
if you're playing that close with those teams, you gotta beat the ones that you're supposed to beat. And this is a team we're supposed to beat, but you can't go in, even though you're supposed to beat them, you can't take it for granted. And that's what a good coach does. He makes sure that he actually prepares you and keeps you from looking too far ahead. Like, hey, one play at a time. One play at a time. Can't get too far ahead.
Let's prepare for this. Let's watch the game film on who we playing.
Exactly.
You know, you're right. You're right, bro.
Exactly.
You said nothing wrong. I'm telling you, you ain't said nothing wrong.
It sounds so easy and so simple, but you'd be surprised at how many people don't do that. How many players get ahead of themselves and don't do that? So
You're right. You are so right. And that can be like you said. If you, it's almost like you drinking the Kool-Aid. It's like you believe in it, so you don't have to show up to work this week because this is gonna be a stat week for me. I'm just gonna have a heavy stat line. Nah, bro. You got everybody you line up in front of. It's superstars on every single one of these teams at every single position. Everybody gets paid a lot of money, even if they're not, like I said, they're not necessarily pulling it all together and getting a bunch of wins collectively. And that's only because football is a team sport. But that doesn't mean the guy that is lining up in front of you ain't all world.
They fake it. They fake it on first down. We kick the ball off to the Jets. They got it back. They fake it on first down, and they're able to get it. Tyrod's able to get it out on the pass play on first down. So it looks like Brees Hall right there in the flats on the sideline. Looks like Jalen Walker, or is this Ebiketie? Ebiketie's able to lay a huge hit on Tyrod Taylor as he tosses the ball on the sideline trying to flush out the pocket. Brees Hall makes a nice toe tap catch. Looked like Tyrod was down at first, but he's back up. They line up again on first down. And they go deep after they fake it with Tyrod, and they are able to get the touchdown right there. He passes the ball to Mitchell after they go for the play action fake. And our cornerback just looks like he lost his footing on that a little bit. Let's see who that was on. It looks like that's on Mike Hughes' side. And, look, Mike Hughes fell at the end of that play, but I'm not certain that he was ever in position to make that play anyway. He might have been able to give him a pass interference or something, but he got beat on that. And that brings us to a 14-13 score right now. And they line up for the point after try, and they get it through. So now we got us a tie game. And so here's where coaching comes in. You need not only your head coach, but you need your defensive coordinator to tell those guys, hey man, don't press too much on this next series. Like, don't worry, we gave up something, but we're still in good position. We're still okay. Because they're not going to be able to consistently do that. As much as I don't like Mike Hughes sometimes, I mean, we could be doing a lot worse. I think that D. Alford is probably a little bit better in coverage than him. But we're kind of stuck with.
So what's the advantage in Mike Hughes then, if that's the case?
I think that Mike Hughes is a little bit better at actually being able to be able to turn his head around, and he's just a little bit better in his coverage. It ain't much better. I do think that Mike Hughes he's a little bit, not much bigger than D. Alford, but a little bit bigger than D. Alford. But I think he's a better outside coverage cornerback than D. Alford is. They both. I can see D. Alford giving up that play as well too. So it does become a little touchy. Mike Hughes was having he's been having an up and down year on some games. There might be a play where he gives up something, but then there's been times where teams have tried to target him and gone after him, and he's made some huge plays. So he's had some games that he's been pretty good as well too. So a little bit inconsistent, but I do think he is ultimately a better coverage corner on the outside than D. Alford. If he wants more money than D offered, I don't know if there's an advantage per se. That it's the advantage becomes if which you're paying him for what he's doing. I will say that, but yeah, I don't know. I would like to upgrade that position as well too. I want to choose my words very wisely. I'm not saying that he's a great number 2 corner, but we could be doing a lot worse. We could definitely be doing a lot worse at the second cornerback position out there. But he does give up some of those plays. So I'd be disingenuous if I didn't if I did not admit that.
Yeah, I'm not. Sounds like you kind of like you're not overselling, you're not underselling it. I'm balls out. Like I think Mike Hughes is more of a rotational piece. No disrespect to him,
Right.
but I think he's better in rotation. He's not aggressive enough in my book. Like on that particular play, it's like that was like he wasn't in the best position, but he he kind of ran into the guy's legs and tripped and fell, which is not a crime, but it wasn't like he was in the best position either, sitting on top of that route.
Here we
It was
go.
a deep ball that he didn't have no safety help. So
On first down, we fake the run, and we're able to get it to Tompkins, right close to the sideline. And looks like see what kind of pickup that they spotted us with that. Gives us a 4-yard gain. That brings up 2nd and 6. Here we go back again. 2 tight ends, 1 running back, and they go ahead and they hand it right off to Bijan Robinson, and he picks up a gain of about 3. It looks like it's going to bring it to it's either going to be 3rd and 3 or 3rd and 4. And I like the response from Zach Robinson right here. At least, like, right, we came back, we went with something short on first down, a little bit unpredictable with the on that first down play, and just a good overall first down play. But then they turn around and hand it back off to Bijan on that next play, and it's like, don't get away from what we're doing. We got Kirk in shotgun. They bring Bijan from out wide, bringing him back in under center. In the backfield. They fire across to Kyle Pitts, and they hit him on a crossing route or a slant route, and he picks up a gain of about 15 yards on that, man. Kyle Pitts is having a day-to-day, man.
Man, the Jets, I'm telling you, the Jets might just be his sweet spot. I don't know, bro. Last time he played him, he lit him up. I'm going to go back and look. What year was that? 2022 or 3? What year was Kyle Pitts drafted?
This is very bittersweet, man, because like I said, I dropped Kyle Pitts. And this ain't what I want to see him do well, but I want to see him do well on somebody else's team. We line up on first down, and we hand it to Bijan. He starts off with the zone. He cuts it back, and he breaks for a first down. Looks like a gain of about 11 yards on that. Man, it's just so crazy. He makes it look so easy and effortless the way that he is able to just get out on some of these run plays that he makes. Teams are not able to stop him in the way that it takes so much to gear up to stop him and pick up the first down. On first down, it looks like we have 2 tight ends lined up more like a traditional 2-back set. They have Tyler Algier in the backfield and hand off to him. Looks like you get a 2-yard gain on that. I could just tell by the way that these guys are walking out there, talking about the defense, the Jets defense. You could tell that they're keeping them on their toes. These guys are, I don't want to say they're winded, but it's wearing on them. It is wearing on them.
Right.
It's definitely wearing them. We got to keep doing this, because if we keep doing what we're doing right now, by the end of the game, I promise you it's going to be some bigger yards, bigger plays broke off, because Bijan's been getting a lot of chunk yards as it is anyway. So.
Right.
They line up with 1 tight end, with Pitts for 3 receivers. They fire away to Bijan Robinson out in the flats. and it looks like a linebacker or a linebacker or safety covering him. They're able to get over there to him. This looks like a linebacker covering him. Bijan almost has it. It looks like that could have been a pass interference because he definitely was not in position. I'm not sure if that's Jamie Sherwood or not. That is Sherwood. He looks like he's limping a little bit now. He limps. He looks like he got a little ankle issue. And if he goes down, yeah, he's going to the.
That's gonna be rough for them.
That's gonna be
But
tough for them
that's they
because
linebacker.
okay, that's not Sherwood. I'm sorry, that's Williams. But they can't afford to lose. They have fast linebackers. They can't afford to lose either of those guys. Yeah, they can't afford to lose either of those guys because there's very few people that can cover Bijan anyway. But you need your starting guys if they have a little bit of speed out there to try to match up with Bijan. Okay, on 3rd and 8, they dump it down to Bijan on. I don't even know if it's a bubble screen or what that is. I don't really like that play for 3rd and 8. Line up with Alger and Bijan out there, but they just sniff it out. The edge defender saw that and just peeled away right away. They tried to run a screen play, but yeah, he's just too fast to. It's impossible for your lineman to get to that sometimes when you got a guy who he just read that perfectly. It's really hard to get away from it when the defense executes like that. We go for the field
and
goal.
I'm noticing they are in our playbook. So
and we missed the field goal. That's a 50-yard attempt. Yeah, that sucks right there. Yeah, that's
yeah, that's bad. That sucks. I agree. That sucks.
They definitely were in our playbook on that one though. Like you said, he got a little too simple on that.
I think it's based on Zach Robinson's formations where they snuff these things out because he doesn't add wrinkles to formations. He lines up in formations. Formation is always a tell. He does that quite often.
100% agree.
We gotta get away from him. I'm Zach Robinson he really getting on my nerves. He makes things way more difficult than what they ever should be most of the time.
I definitely agree.
I'm not saying 3rd and 8 is an easy get. I'm not saying that. You know what I'm saying? But in the red zone, there's a sense of panic by the defense, just because of where you are in the red zone. So it's gonna take away from the aggression just a little bit. So to run it was a screenplay, but it wasn't. It was a quick dump screenplay, almost like a flare, almost like a flare spill route or whatever you want to call it. But it looks more like a screenplay. And the last time it worked, we got a pass interference off of it, and Kirk kind of stepped into it, and so B. John kind of leaped upfield a little bit, and that's when he went for that big gain on the last drive. So it went a little different. Yeah, he kicked that. He just kicked that. Yeah. And so, but yeah,
he was a little wide on that one, man, and that's not what you want to see.
Wide.
But I give him a little bit of a benefit of the doubt on that one. That was a little bit of a tougher kick on that. It's a 50-yarder. As they get a little bit further out, 50-yarders have become a lot more gimme kicks for people.
Yeah, they're fluent. Yeah.
But
I don't know if he thought the wind was blowing or what, because they are playing outside and the wind does swirl around in the Meadowlands. So I don't know what, the mindset behind that was. So let's just hope he don't keep doing that.
Agreed.
So that was all for nothing. Should have kept running the ball.
Yeah, we definitely should have kept running the ball. I feel like that play decision on that was a little bit got a little bit too cute. On 1st down, they turn around and hand it off to Brees Hall, the Jets do. And it looks like a gain of about 3 or 4 on that. It brings up 2nd and 6. Defense just has to go out here and continue to be patient. I mean, it sucks that we weren't able to score on that, but you got to be patient. Can't get.
We kind of need to return the favor with a turnover, scoop and score, anything. I take
Definitely need
anything
to get
right
us a
now.
turnover right here. They fire away on 2nd down. Gets it to Williams, their wide receiver on the sideline. And it looks like looks like they're calling that a catch. It's either just a touchdown or a first down or just short of it. They give him that spot. It doesn't look like they called it incomplete. Let's see what the broadcast shows us. It's a 3rd and 1. They call it a first down. They give them the spot. So that's a first down. That brings up 1st and 10. Right here. We definitely got to buckle down right here.
Stay in this thing,
Yeah, man. We cannot afford to let them get ahead of us. We want to stay ahead of the chains on this. Big series right here for the defense for sure. They do a flea flicker on 1st down, and they target they target Taylor, their tight end. They go after Caden Ellis, who's not able to get his head turned around, but he just plays the ball. He gets his head turned back a little bit, but they don't call a pass interference, so we're in the clear on that anyway. Perfect defense on that play right there. I feel like we're due for a sack, though. We need a sack.
A sack or a pick.
They drop back for the pass on 2nd and 10. Tyrod fires away to his other tight end. And he is just short of the first down. That brings up 3rd and 1.
They're killing us with these third and short situations. They're killing us with that.
Yeah, they're definitely able to get it to their they're doing a lot of their damage underneath with their running backs and their tight ends. So we gotta be careful here. It's 3rd and 1. They are in shotgun. And I wouldn't be surprised they're gonna run it. They do. They run it, and we are swarming to the ball, and it looks like we stop them short of the first down.
Thank you, goodness.
It could be inches, or it could just be 1. 4th and 1. They call it 4th and 1, but it looks like he got maybe a half a yard on it. I think Caden Ellis was trying to say, no, that was a loss.
Had to be.
Aaron Glenn throws the challenge flag on that. The Jets should challenge him to play, I believe. I don't know what he's challenging. I don't know if he's challenging the spot, but I don't know if he's trying to say it's a first down or. They definitely didn't get the first down.
Well, he can waste his time out.
Well, they were about to line up for it. It looked like for a second they weren't gonna let him get his challenge. He's making them faces at him like, "Come on, what are y'all doing?" Okay, so we cut to commercial, man. So it's gonna be interesting to see what they do when they come back on this play. But big play right here, because if we're able to stop them, because they are gonna go for it on 4th down, for sure.
This is where you earn your paycheck at.
Definitely where you earn your paycheck. Yeah, the Falcons cannot afford to give them any. They can't afford to give up another score right here. The game won't be over, but the further we get away from it, the harder it is for us to play from behind right now, especially not having enough playmakers out there at the wide receiver position.
Right.
Yeah, we need this game, and of course, Aaron Glenn, he needs this game too. Not because he's on the hot seat, but for one, you don't want to keep losing. You need these
Right,
guys to buy into your system, and you need
right,
you want management to believe in what you're doing as well too. I don't think he's in danger of being on the hot seat. But as we know, ownership has definitely already said that he's been a bit challenged with good quarterback play. He hasn't had great quarterback play so far. So uh, it's gonna be interesting to see what happens with them. But we got our own issues we got to worry about as well too. So, uh,
right.
I have no sympathy for any other teams right now. To be honest
Nah,
with you, man, this league,
nah. They got 2 first-round picks this year and next year. I don't care nothing about. Nah, we need to get out of here with this one. They 2-9. You know, uh-uh. I
it
don't
looks
care nothing
like we
about that
got.
dude.
It looks like they gave him. Oh man, they gave him that. They
Hmm.
actually gave him. They actually gave him the first down on that.
On the
So
challenge, they gave him the first down on the challenge.
they gave him that on the respot. So it brings up first down, and they throw a little bubble screen out there to the wide receiver number 3, and it's a gain of about a yard or two. Oh, sorry, 7. It brings up 2nd and 7. That was a gain of 3 yards on that. Uh,
Hmm.
That's been the one spot they've been able to attack us a lot consistently this year. A lot of that underneath dink and dunk stuff, but sometimes we're able to stop it. Sometimes it's a loss of yards, and sometimes they're able to get a little something on it. They drop back on 2nd and 7. Tyrod escapes the pocket, rolls out, and he's not able to hit the receiver on the crosser. And just going back to the athleticism that we had out there, it looks like that was either Akabata or Ruka Roro. I think that was Ruka Roro chasing down Tyrod on that play. And he made it hard for Tyrod to be able to turn the corner on that. He was able to use his speed, his athleticism against the sideline. So even our big boys can move around. Like that's what I was telling you. I think that's why they don't like those big nose tackles per se. If they can't move,
Yeah, the big zero
yeah,
technique.
because they know that you have to chase a lot of these guys. It's got its drawbacks and it's got its positives. They drop back on 3rd and 7, and they fire across the middle of the hash, and Xavier Watts is able to break up that pass. They go to Michi, I believe, and he's able to put a hit on him. And as he drops down, he's not able to hold on to the ball. So we're gonna go 3 and out.
Well, that's great.
Or we not a 3 and out series, but we're able to force them out, force the 4th down, and force the punt on this. So it looks like we're talking about a punt. No, 55-yard field goal attempt. Let's see if he's able to get this right here. Kick is up, and oh my God, he gets it. No, he misses it. He misses it.
Oh,
He
okay.
misses it. Great. All right.
Right.
Terrible position on that. I think close to the 50-yard line pass. This is about 45-yard line. Yep, 45-yard line. Kirk drops back on 1st down. They fake the play action. Tosses it to Mooney right there on the numbers. There's a flag down late. Let's see what we got. Hopefully we do not have a hold. Hopefully, it's not a offensive pass interference either. Illegal contact on the defense for the pass,
Yeah,
and
they've been getting dinged up with them penalties.
they declined. Declined it. Mooney is starting to live up a little bit to what we needed him to do this game.
Okay,
Bijan
that's
picks
what
up
we
a
need.
nice Sherwood blitzes, and Bijan is really able to pick up the block on that, and that's why one reason I really love Bijan is why he stays on the field so much, because he can do all of that. On first down, they toss it to Bijan, and it looks like he got a gain of about 3 yards on that play as he gets outside. Miss Sis, can you look up and see if the Buccaneers are playing right now? See what time that game comes on if you don't know. First down, they turn around and hand off to Bijan Robinson. That was 2nd and 7. That looks like a gain of another 3 or 4 yards. I'm sorry, 2-yard gain. That brings us up to 3rd and 5. And shout out to everybody in our Facebook chat. If you haven't already, hit that.
Yes, please.
Yeah, hit that like.
Yep, like, follow. I was just gonna say the same thing. Please like, follow, share, subscribe. And the Buccaneers, please forgive me. I'm as slow as this rain.
Pass to Drummond. They're not able to. They're not able to get it to him on that. That brings up 4th and 5.
Don't be too fast having.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been mad at just going for the run on that play.
Right.
We didn't have to pass it, because even if we would have got 2 or 3 yards, that would have put it a little bit closer for him. He just missed a 55. He just missed a 50-yard field goal, Gonzalez, and so this brings up a 52-yard field goal. I would have liked to made it a 50 or a 49 or 47 for him. He's up with the kick, and it looks like he got it through.
Thank you, Gonzalez.
Thank you so much, Gonzalez.
Like I said, the Meadowlands, it may not look like it, but everybody, all the kickers always complain about how the wind swirls around in there.
I can believe it.
It'll catch the ball.
I can believe
Because
it.
you right there, there's nothing there really blocking the wind. If you look around the stadium, it's just a big open space. So it may not swirl down at the bottom down there, but like once you put it up in the air and that wind catch it, the ball could probably go anywhere. So I imagine they calibrate for those things. Why the two missed back-to-back, 2 missed field goals.
Yeah, I imagine it's very windy in that area too, because they're so close to the. I said something about Niagara Falls. I think it's Patterson Falls is over there. I know they would. I remember looking at some of those games back in the day, and they would show the aerial view where there was like.
That's in Patterson, New Jersey.
Patterson,
so that you're probably right. Yeah, that's probably in Patterson, New Jersey.
Yeah,
it is kind of like it's rocky over there, so I can see, like you saying, it's probably like over there on the other side of New Jersey. It's like the mountains are right behind the city, so yeah, it's probably like plenty of waterfalls and all kind of stuff over there.
So that puts us up 17-14 right now.
Yeah, we need another score here because honestly, this team they're good. They're decent for what they're working with. But shoot, this team is booting up for the future. They really are. They have like two second rounds, 2 first rounds. And then that's with the Quentin Williams trade and whoever else they traded.
Quinn Williams, they traded away Sauce Gardner, of course.
Right, those two. That's what it was.
I think they got
Indianapolis.
They got a couple of a couple of wide receivers in that trade, if I'm not mistaken. I think they got Michi in that trade, actually. But it's gonna be interesting. They like you said, they are definitely a team that's gearing up for their future. But we can't look at it like that. We have to still
No, we
buckle
got
down.
to play these cats.
Yeah,
I mean,
man.
I would like to be dominating more than we are, but I think we're kind of like still kind of in these not I don't want to say experimental stages, but it's like I don't know with Zach Robinson. That's almost how it feels. It still feel like we still like tinkering right now. Where I don't really understand that why we're here at this juncture, but here we are. But that's how I feel. It just feels like Zach makes me feel like we still kind of trying to find our identity. We hadn't found on defense. We more so have found our identity. And it's just attack, attack, kill. But on offense, it's just like, um, who are we gonna be? And I'm like, hey, look, until you figure that out, just run the ball. You know what I'm saying? Let's just keep it simple. Just run the ball. You can't never go wrong with that.
Definitely. They kick off the ball, Falcons do, and it looks like the Jets are about to run it back. The Jets get a crazy explosive kickoff return on that. That is Williams, one of their wide receivers. And our coverage team just lets them run right past them. They just run it right up the gut. And that's like a 70, 80-yard return. They bring it right inside their 20-yard line to about the 15-yard line. And that is not what you want to see. You cannot put the defense in this type of position. Somebody makes the saving tackle on that. It looks like number 39. Falcons kickoff coverage team. But yeah, that's they're gonna have to get rid of that special teams coach in the offseason. That is terrible, man.
Yeah.
They faked the handoff on first down, and Ebiketie is able to tackle Tyrod Taylor as he moseys on to just maybe a gain of one. He keeps the ball and continues to run outside. Typically, he misses that tackle a lot of the times. But Tyrod's able to get just back to the line of scrimmage on that particular play. And I'll take it. That could have easily been a touchdown. They were able to run it in on there. That brings up 2nd and 9. They hand it off to Breece Hall. Looks like he has a pickup of about 4 or 5 on that play. This brings it to 3rd down and 4.
We gotta. We can get out of here with a field goal. That's a win.
Yeah, I'll take it. If we get out of this one with a field goal. I hate that we're even in this position.
Right.
Such is life.
We just giving the give. This special teams. I've been gonna say something for a minute, but this special teams is not very good. None of these special teams are very good.
Oh, and they drop back on 3rd and 4, and Michi drops the pass wide open, and that brings up 4th and 4. Man, that's a blessing from the football gods right there.
Right.
That we didn't give up the first down on that play because I don't like giving up more opportunities for them to score. Touchdown.
Yeah, they staying in this game with these fluky shit. The fluky shit that we do is keeping them in this game.
That's 4th and 4, and they are going for it on 4th and 4. They are in shotgun. There's a guy in motion. Let's see if they're gonna try to draw him off sides. Okay. And they let the play clock run out, and they take the 5-yard penalty on that. They're just gonna line up and go ahead and go for the kick on it. Ready to stay at home, everybody. Great play right there. That's disciplined football, though. That's you gotta manage the emotions of your team as it's happening right there in real time. So I want to definitely take my hat off to the team and the coaching staff on that play. Making the best of a bad situation.
Right.
Were you able to get info about those Buccaneers playing today?
Yeah, so you should have a few more minutes left. I sent you a text. I was just about to say that I wanted to.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay, okay.
No worries. That was a few minutes ago. Maybe they like 6 minutes left in the fourth.
6 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Nice.
Oh, didn't mean to minimize you. But yeah, just I was gonna give you a heads up. Check your text. I'll probably respond with that.
Sure. So, if we actually look at the score in that game, uh, Cardinals Cardinals are trailing right now. Buccaneers are up 17-0. So, and let's see, not sure if Baker's playing. I imagine that he was going to play. He is playing. So, right now the Buccaneers are up. Let's see who has where they actually have the ball as we go to commercial over here in this Falcons game. And they're able to get the field goal on that particular.
That was actually a win because that was right there in front. So defense has really not really given up much today. The only thing that's giving up anything is special teams. Special teams has been atrocious today. A muff punt and a 75-yard return our back our what breaking our back in this game
Yeah, no,
and
special
keeping them
teams.
hanging around.
Special teams has been atrocious today. On coverage units, they I don't want to say atrocious, but they've given up the only big plays that have happened and mistakes that we've really had happen have been on special teams. We had a coverage liability issue that allowed them to get the ball in great field position on this particular drive, and we gave them the ball deep in our own territory, or in our own territory to allow them a cheap, easy score early on. Other than that, they haven't been very good. The Jets, I mean, their other touchdown came from a deep pass. If we're more disciplined on those plays, we're not talking about 10 points right there potentially. That's a 10-point swing that puts us 17-7. Of course, anything else could have happened, but I believe that we would have been able to stop them for sure. So the Jets kick it off to us. Agnew returns the ball. And looks like we get it past the 25-yard line. Showing the replay on that. Not quite to the 30-yard line, but it's pretty good coverage for their unit as well too. We definitely need a score right here. But you would like to get a score right here. It's going to put a lot of pressure on New York.
Yeah.
Falcons line up and two tight ends set pistol, and they go and they hand it off to Bijan right here again. And oh man, they're able to get him down for a 3-yard loss. There's a flag on the play, however. Hopefully that's on the defense because they were really crunk about that, man. Let's see if it's against the Falcons or the look on the offensive lineman face doesn't seem like he's happy about that. See if they get us with an unsportsmanlike conduct or a personal foul on it. Penalty was declined. I'm not sure what that. I think that was a taunting penalty. Yeah, so weird penalty on that. Looks like we had offsetting penalties. Maybe it was a holding penalty and a personal foul, but It brings it back to first down, 1st and 10 again. So whatever it is, thank you, New York Jets, for your bad decision making right there.
Right. That's the only thing that's been bailing us out today.
Gotta love it.
Hmm.
First down, they
Gotcha.
fake the handoff. They turn back around and dump it to Bijan in the flats. He's able to make a couple moves. That's an 8-yard gain right there. 9-yard gain. Right now they're showing the Carolina and the Rams replay. There's a touchdown to Tedrow McMillan. And that puts the game at 28-31 Carolina. They just went up on the Rams. Here we go, 2nd and 3. Falcons 2 tight ends, maybe 3 tight ends. Bijan comes across the formation. Nice little zone play. He picks up about 7 or 8 yards on that play as well, too. I apologize. They say 12 yards. But well over the first yard. Well over the first down, for sure. Falcons got to keep on pounding on this drive. If we can take them for a long run on this drive, make it a long drive and it ends in a score, it puts us in really good position.
Right.
They line up with Bijan in the backfield again. Kirk under center on 1st and 10. Let's see. They turn around and hand it to him again. I hope that they do. They toss it to Bijan outside. He's able to get. They hit him at the line of scrimmage, but he falls forward for another 3 or 4 yards. So let's see what they give us on this one. They're doing a really good job of getting the ball to Bijan creatively. And it's crazy how they took away some of the weapons that we had, some of our better players, and it just made it simple. Hey, get the ball to Bijan, get the ball to Tyler.
Right.
On 2nd and 7, they fake to Tyler Algier. They come back with a little misdirection, and they toss it to Kyle Pitts on the opposite side of the field. And that brings up the first down as he goes out of bounds. 2nd and 7. I'm going to show the replay on that. They fake it to Algier. They kind of fake that wham block to the opposite side. And Kyle Pitts makes a nice play right there. I'm glad he's actually able to hold on to the ball right there as well, too. That's the reliability that you want to see out of your fake it again on first down. They toss it back to Tyler Algier. He runs for another 10 or 15 yards as he gets past the first down, and he rumbles right down right inside the 20-yard line. It's like they can get him out of bounds at maybe the 15. You can tell that defense is definitely getting leaned on right now. They're definitely starting to feel it.
Right.
They're definitely starting to feel it.
Now Zach don't need to help them out right now. He really don't.
Definitely
He need to keep the foot on the gas and don't start with the bullshit.
No breaks.
Right.
That brings up 1st and goal as we're at the 10-yard line. Huge game by Tyler Algier right there. Good 25 yards on that game. They hand it right back off to Tyler Algier. He's able to get just past the line of scrimmage for maybe a gain of 1, maybe 2. See what we're going to do on this next play. They fire away on 2nd down to the end zone. That's an incomplete pass. Looks like he was going for Mooney. What's he going for? No mistakes right here, guys. We gotta come away with a score right here. brings up 3rd and goal. And I would not be opposed to them actually running the ball on this play as well too. We line up in
There's
shotgun.
nothing wrong. 2 runs will get you in there.
Bijan in the backfield. And they go with a bubble screen for the touchdown to Seals.
All right.
Gotta love it. And listen, I did not like that play call, but we were able to make somebody
that
miss.
was definitely recreating the wheel.
Yeah.
That's 2 for Seals. He got one last week and he got one this week. Seals is definitely making the bid for that number 3 spot.
I'll take it. I'll take that play.
I'm gonna take it's a touchdown is a touchdown.
A touchdown is a touchdown for sure.
And that puts a lot of pressure on the Jets because they've been getting away with some lucky stuff.
And you know, and I do want to give a little bit of credit to how hard it is to call plays in this league, and what that looks like sometimes. It's easy for us to sit at home and say, "Oh, they should have ran this, they should have ran that," because I've seen a lot of those same type of plays. I saw that same play. They ran that to Jahmyr Gibbs with the Lions on Sunday. Not Jahmyr Gibbs, with Jameson. Their wide receiver Jameson. A very similar, just step back and catch it type of screen. It's not quite a screen. It's not even a bubble screen, but it's kind of like a wide receiver screen. And they're not pulling anybody, but the other receivers block for them. But and he did the same thing. He had to make a guy miss, just like Seals did. And Seals isn't that type of guy that with that short area quickness in the way you want, but he's a big target. And he makes the first guy. Yeah,
I think he's 6'3".
And so when you don't have a bunch of tight ends, but you got bigger receivers like that, it's hard to bring those guys down sometimes. It's almost like tackling somebody that's in between a wide receiver and a tight end, or in between being a wide receiver and a running back. And so you got to use those type of guys to your advantage when you do get an opportunity sometimes. So you do run the risk of running those type of plays, in losing yardage on them, or maybe there's a chance of gaining on that. So never question it if they score a touchdown.
And it would have been easier too. I'm watching the replay on the Seals touchdown, and Mooney just missed the block. He just it'd have been a little walk-in touchdown if Mooney doesn't miss his block.
Agreed.
Mooney gotta just get more physical. He's not the biggest guy in the world, but he just gotta play way more physical than what he does. And that will help his game. That's where he needs to work on. And everybody has something they need to work on. That's what he needs to work on. Just learn to be more physical. If you can't be physical, just get in the way.
Yeah, I fear that at this point he kind of is who he is. So he's like 27, 28 years old, 29.
I know what you're saying. You're right.
Yeah, that just might be a thing that we give up with Mooney. I wish that he did get that he was a little bit more physical. And who knows, maybe he can add that element to his game. But yeah, definitely that he leaves a lot to be desired in the area of physicality.
The great ones will, even if they always working on their craft. So that's come on, let's be great, Mooney. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Let's be great.
I am not mad at you. I'm not mad at you on that one.
But I know what you're saying. You're right. It's like after a little while, you kind of gotta know what you signed up for. So you are. I'm laughing because you're right. It's funny. It's funny because it's so true. You know what I'm saying? That's what kind of makes it funny. It's like, what you gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
you know what you got. You know what you signed up for when you got him down here from Chicago.
Unfortunately, yeah. Listen, I'll just settle on him not dropping passes when contact is made on him.
And we can agree. Now we can agree. It was a big ask. I just wanted to throw it out there because it would be so good.
You ain't wrong. That's what I'd like to see happen. We kicked the ball off to the Jets, and they on first down, They just turn around and they hand it off to Brees Hall. Very minimal gain on the kickoff return, and on that particular play, it looks like maybe a 2 or 3 yard gain. It's just beyond the line of scrimmage. So Falcons defense is really bunkering down right now, and you love to see that. Let's see if we can keep playing disciplined football right now. This is where you tell your team to really sit in there and not go for all the fakes. Don't press. They fake the handoff on first down, and they toss it to Michi on that, and that gives them a gain of, on 2nd and 8, that gives them a gain of about 7 yards. Looks like it's going to bring up 3rd and 1. Looks like a pretty generous spot. They line up in shotgun, and they hand it off on 3rd and 1, and looks like a gain of about 7 or 8 yards on that. So they hand the ball off to Brees Hall. That's not what you want to see out there. You're hoping that you want to see that you can actually stop them on that, but it keeps the clock running, and that keeps us in the space of trying to figure it out. That brings up first down, though. 24-17.
I think we have outgained them on offense by 160 or 70 yards. It's some crazy number.
On first down, they hand off to Brees Hall again, and that it's like a gain of about 5. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was saying that we have outgained them. Our offense has outgained them by probably 170, almost 200 yards. It's just we had them third downs have been killing us.
Right.
The one time they flashed it, I think they only had like 170 yards or something like that total. That's what's crazy. So the big plays they've gotten like is only special teams. That's where they're getting their stuff at.
2nd and 4. They line up under center. They pull the running backs. They pull the linemen, and it's a short gain as they hand the ball off to Brees Hall. He just gets back to the line of scrimmage, so it's going to be the 3rd down right there.
Let's see what kind of coverage we in. Like you said, we need a sack or something. Are they zone blocking or man? I'm trying to see how they blocking.
It brings up 3rd and 4 right here, and they actually take Brees Hall out of the game at this point. They blow the ball dead. Got a false start on the offense, and this is where that works in our favor. Now we can get our guys.
Yeah, we needed that one.
Yeah, we can get our guys to pin their ears back a little bit. That brings up 3rd and 9 right here. So let's see what the Falcons are gonna do with this on this down. I'd like to see them bring the blitz, bring a little bit of pressure. Although we could probably get home with only 4. You got Jalen Walker out there lined up on the edge. You got Leonard Floyd lined up on the opposite edge. Looks like they could be faking the blitz. They bring 2. They bring the blitz. They bring 2 guys. Oh, man, we almost could have got an interception on that. They actually catch the ball on that, though. They toss it up in the air. Tyrod's hit as he's throwing. That ball stayed up in the air for a very long time. And I mean, he literally threw it only 8 yards. They were able to get their hand on his elbow as he threw that pass. And Divine Diablo and D'Alford converge for the tackle on that, but not before they get the first down.
They driving the ball on us this time.
Oh, they go deep on the next down, and Watts is able to get his hand on it in the end zone. Not quite close to getting an interception, but on 1st and 10, they go deep. So they fake the handoff. And that was from the 35-yard line as they toss it to the end zone. So they are in field goal range right now. If we're able to keep them to a field goal, that'd be awesome. If we can get a turnover here, that'd be awesome. And if we can block the field goal or even stop the field goal, that's even better. With 2nd and 10, they turn around, they hand the ball off to Brees Hall. and he gets a gain of about 7 yards on that, he's gonna bring up 3rd and 3. That's not what you want to see.
Nah, this is the defense been playing good all day. Now they're getting, it's getting kind of they're gashing us a little bit. They're keeping us out there for a long time too. This is a time-consuming drive.
They drop back on 3rd and 3. Tyrod's got a lot of time. He's moving around. He takes off running. He breaks the pocket, and he's able to get the first down. Picks up 5. Well, that's going to bring him another set of downs on this one. So, got to line up and keep playing, guys. It's terrible. Over to the Facebook. Here we go, 2nd and 6. Right here. Tyrod drops back, fires, and it's an incompletion as they almost hit him. The quarterback hit on him in the backfield. It's a huge series right here. It's going to be 3rd and 6.
Okay. They want to make sure this game is not going to be nothing that we could not have the blood pressure about.
They're in shotgun on 3rd and 6. They got a guy going in motion across the formation. You got one tight end in there. He's blocking. Able to get it to the wide receiver just short of the first down. Looks like they got that to Mitchell. And it's going to bring up 4th and 1 for the the Jets. This is a huge down because we got 3 minutes left. 3:15 on the clock right now. 4th and 1. We can stop them right here. We stop them on this 4th and 1. We'll get the ball back and be able to just potentially run it out. They haven't been able to stop us all game. And they go with the sneak and they get the first down right here, unfortunately.
Yeah, they gonna make sure this one. It's the first series they drove the length of the field.
Yeah, no, they definitely are putting the drive together right here, and they take your hat off to them a little bit. They have been making some plays on this drive right here.
Right, they've been doing what they needed to do.
They line up and it's like 2 backs. They turn around and we able to hit them right there at the line of scrimmage. Maybe a half a yard loss if they hand it off to Brees Hall. That looks like David Onyemata in the backfield on that play. Huge play right there. That's going to bring us to the 2-minute warning right here. Ooh, some really smart football right here. And to your credit, we've definitely outgained them by about 158 yards. They only have 230 yards of total offense right now. We have 388. We got 166 yards rushing. They had 85 yards rushing.
Right.
At this moment, Bijan Robinson has 141 yards on the ground, 22 carries. I guess it was 6.4 yard per attempt average. He also has
because Zach keeps shooting himself in the foot in 3rd down. That's why it's like that. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
I was going to say he's also got another 51 yards receiving. So Bijan, that gives him 192 yards right now. You would think we'd be up by a little bit more right now, but
Absolutely.
I mean, I'll take a lead. A lead is a lead. Kyle Pitts is having maybe his best game of the year. Seven receptions for 82 yards, no touchdown.
You got Dexter checking in on Facebook Live, and who just jumped in the chat? Lyomie Lyles? I think I said that right. That looks like Carolina won a nail biter against the Rams.
Shout out to Dexter in the Facebook chat. I'm over here trying to refresh my feed.
Yes, give us a like, follow, share, subscribe, share the feed.
Is that in the Falcons Nation group?
No, I think that was on the point game official. I think on Facebook.
It's not refreshing for me to. I don't see Lyles.
It's running slow. It's running very slow.
But
I did see it kind of blinking and tapping, so I just want to remind them, we see you. Go ahead, give us a like, share. We see your comment.
Yeah, man, we're gonna have to holler at Zuckerberg about getting his stuff together. I don't like it.
I'm tripping off Carolina beating the Rams though. That's crazy.
Shout out to Lionel Miles. I appreciate the love, brother. The like on that. Oh, Giles, 2nd and goal. Tyrod drops back, breaks the pocket, runs it in for the touchdown. Basically right up the middle. Pinballs off of everybody. And that puts us at 23-24. And if they nail the point after attempt, that gives us a tied up score. And that is not where I want to be at right now. But I'd rather have the ball in our hands if they don't have the ball in their hands right. So we got to go back down here and score right now. I would like to see us put this ball away. Put this game away.
Right.
We have the ball in.
We can win it with a field goal.
Can win it with a field goal
if we drive the field.
Yes, sir.
If we do what we supposed to, all we gotta do is what we supposed to do. Don't get no too happy, pass happy, or none of that. Just take care of the ball. We got all 3 timeouts. So let's just take our time and then get back down the field and do what needs to be done.
Kick the point after attempt, and it's good. So that brings us 24 all. Yeah, and I just don't like Caden Ellis kind of missed that tackle a little bit. That's a tough tackle to make in the open field or with that wide of a gap. Tyrod makes a pretty good play on that. Still would have liked to see Caden Ellis make that tackle, but I won't nitpick too tough. I mean, he's one of our better players, and he does so much more for us. In general, I wish we would have stopped them before they even got that close.
Right.
That's a good drive for them. That's a six minutes and 53 seconds. They just went on a 7-minute drive on us and took up a great deal of the fourth quarter, at least half of it of what was left. So, unfortunately,
right.
So
and if it wasn't for that drive, I mean, we had outgained them. I'm telling you, it was like that was a 90-yard drive, so we had still outgained them by something like a landslide. That was the longest drive for them today.
Dang,
that was the longest and best drive for them for the day. We've had we've had 2 potentially good drives.
Tompkins takes the kickoff return on that. And they're able to get the ball up to about the 35-yard line, it looks like.
That's not bad.
Pretty good field position starting off.
Just nothing stupid. And, we don't want to go in overtime. We want to go on. Let's just put this game away now.
Kirk comes out. I apologize. It's 30-yard line. They turn around and hand it off to Bijan Robinson with Kirk lining up in the center. And we got 1:43 on the clock right now. It looks like a gain of about a yard, maybe two. Jets just called a timeout on that play. Stop the clock. A 2nd and 9, Kirk starts out empty, brings Bijan back in the backfield. And they are able to almost get the sack on that. Kirk gets the ball back to the line of scrimmage to throw it away. That's going to bring up 3rd and 9. He avoids the loss of yards on that, but we are not able to make a positive play on that. It's a little bit reckless the way he was able to toss that. Luckily, there was no turnover that came from that, or no bad play. That could have easily turned to a fumble or intentional grounding, but luckily somebody in the vicinity took it. These got back to the line. Let's see what they're trying to say on this play. Okay, I thought they were trying to call a late penalty. I saw the guys turning around in their huddle, trying to make sure nobody hears their play. Here we go, man. 3rd and 9. Kirk in shotgun. Tyler Algier next to him in the backfield. Bijan Robinson out on the field as well, too. Put Tyler Algier up in the line of scrimmage to pass block. Get it to Bijan. 5-yard gain. That brings up 4th and about 5. It's a 6-yard gain. That brings up 4th and 4. There's 1:29 on the play clock. On the game clock right now. The Jets call their second timeout, so they only have 1 left.
Yeah, we probably need to kick that one.
You better not come out and let them return it back on.
All right. Special teams has been atrocious.
Aaron Glenn looks so unbothered. Their head coach. He looks like he's cool as the other side of the pillow right now. And
2 and 9, and going forward, he ain't got to worry about his jobs, and he probably ain't no need to get off.
yeah, there's definitely not a lot of pressure for him on this particular play, if you will.
The fact that they like this right here is big, because we should be further along.
You should definitely be
this.
further along in this. Yeah, you kind of hate to see. You hate to see us dominating in so many different parts of the game, and honestly, we've done this to ourselves. We really should be up by more than this, but we kind of hurt ourselves with some of the mistakes we made. And if we lose this game right here, oh, that's going to be terrible.
Demoralizing.
Shout out to Lionel Miles in the Facebook chat. Said the Bucks won, but they struggled against Arizona. So Carolina, he said Carolina won the nail biter versus the
Rams
as well too. As we kick it deep, we're able to pin them deep inside of their 15-yard line. So we got to get this. We got to get this win if we want to make the playoffs, and we need this win if we want to have a winning season. We need this win. We need all the wins we can get moving forward, just for the confidence of this team. This is going to be a very demoralizing loss if you come in here and lose to these Jets. You don't want to see that happen, and that changes your thought process when you have to play the Rams or these other teams moving forward. So, all right, they drop back on 1st down, and the Falcons are able to get a sack. James Pierce Jr. able to bring down Tyrod Taylor. right there on that play to prevent any yardage. Wait a minute. I thought the Jets called 2 timeouts right now. It looks like they're saying that they have 2 timeouts.
No way, they only had one.
I thought they only had 1 timeout. It looks
Oh
like
wait, they did just give him a timeout back.
right?
I'm looking at it. I'm sitting here. I just sat here and watched it.
That's
They just
crazy.
added a timeout. They only had one timeout
I
left.
don't understand that.
Yeah, I don't get that. Was right before the kick. I'm sitting here watching. They only had one timeout, and they just added one.
Yeah, and they
I
just
wonder why
called.
that was.
Oh, we just called a timeout on that. That's interesting. Let's see what happens. They're in shotgun in their own end zone. Tyrod's able to get the ball out to the sideline in the flats to Michi. And just a short pickup of about maybe 4 yards. That brings us to 3rd and 15. 1:11 on the plate on the game clock left. 3rd and 15. And let's see what these Jets do right here, because they go to drop back and we're able to get a strip sack right here, which is not anywhere near out of the question for us with the way we've been playing. It's gonna be huge.
It's 1st and 10. I thought we had just. Oh, never mind. I'm behind. I keep forgetting I'm behind.
You're a little bit behind. So that brings up 4th down. They actually get a little short gain on that. I looked away for a quick second. I unfortunately didn't get to see the beginning of that. Bring up 4th and 15 right here, and this is huge for us right now. So we still get the ball back. 4th and 11. Agnew is back as they going to receive the kick. Shout out to Moni Jr. on the Facebook chat. He says, damn, where's the D at today? The defense actually has been playing really good today, believe it or not. The defense has actually been really good. I'm not sure if you were checking the whole game so far,
Right.
Moni, but no, the defense has actually been pretty good. The offense and the special teams, more so the special teams, has put the defense in some very, very poor situations. I don't think we had a turnover. I don't think we gave the ball away at all. So the 2 scores that they had were off of bad field position, mostly, or 2 of the touchdowns they had were mostly off of bad field position. One they were able to run it in, and then the second one that they were able to run in later was off of a bad return. One of the first touchdown they were able to run it in off of a missed punt deep in our own territory when we got the ball back from them. Kirk drops back on
Yeah, it was
first
like on the 2-yard line or something.
Kirk drops back on 1st down. They go to Kyle Pitts on the sideline, and Jamie Sherwood is able to break up that pass on Kyle Pitts. I don't like where Kirk put this pass at. He couldn't even get his hands on it. That looks like that was pass interference. He looks like he was face guarding him. He's able to get his arm up on Pitts and prevent him from bringing it up. So brings up 2nd and 10, 52 seconds left on the clock. Kirk in shotgun, 7 seconds on the play clock. They get the ball.
Got to play the sideline.
And he's able to hit Steele across the middle, but he drops it. Seals drops the pass across the middle, and you can't do that. You needed that play, son. You needed that play. Hit him right square in the hands. You can't miss that. You can't miss that. Yeah, he's mad at himself. And he is not madder at himself than I am. That brings up 3rd and 10. And that gives them a break, because I don't think we had any timeouts left anyway, but we don't have any timeouts left. But we're at the 35-yard line right now, about the 32. If we would have got that, we could have clocked it and made another play. So on 3rd down, they drop back again over the middle. and they are not able to hold on to that as well either. He gets the ball to Darnell Mooney, and it goes right through his hands and through the face mask. And Darnell Mooney has a step on him. The ball is delivered pretty good on that pass, and Mooney just misses it. Our wide receivers been having butterfingers all.
They don't want to make a play. They do
don't
not
wanna
want to make a play
man.
today. They do not want to make a play today.
We line up on 4th and 10. We kick it to them, punt it to them. They get the ball at about the 35-yard line, and they are able to return it to a little bit past the 45, almost to the 50. Maybe they fielded that at about the 40. But they're able to get enough positive yardage on that. I'd be happy with that if I'm the coach, if I'm the Jets coach. It brings them a little bit closer to their field goal territory. I'm not understanding. I feel like they definitely should not have 2 timeouts left. I don't understand what that's about.
Yeah, I don't get that either.
And this could come back to hurt us.
Definitely could come back to
They
bite
drop
us.
back on 1st down. Tyrod's able to escape the pocket, and he picks up 10 yards, maybe 12 yards as he goes out of bounds with 27 seconds left on the play clock. They still got the 2 timeouts they had right there. He advances it past the 50-yard line on that.
They getting in the field goal range real quick.
And Leonard Floyd almost comes away with the sack on that, but he goes out of bounds at just at the 45-yard line in scoring territory, and on the opposite side of the field in our territory. Can't afford to give up too many more yards on right now, because if we do that allows them to get to the field goal range. And they blow the ball dead. There's a flag on the play. Hopefully that's a false start. False start on the offense. It's going to back them up with it. That's a 15-yard penalty. Right?
That is no, it's 10. 10.
It brings up 1st and 15. It takes it to 1st and 15. Tyrod drops back, passes, and he's able to hit Mitchell on the sideline. And looks like a gain of about 5. Huge play by their wide receiver, man. And it looks like that was Mike Hughes on the tackle. Huge play. Huge play for their offense right there. That was a big-time play that receiver made right there. That's a 10-yard gain. That brings it to 2nd and 5. They currently have the ball with 20 seconds left on what looks like the 42-yard line. Tyrod drops back, fires away, and he is not.
We have definitely done everything to give this game away.
D Alford on the pass defense, they are not able to reel that in. So
Jay on YouTube said this is looking bad. Wow, that sucked.
Definitely is looking bad.
It's looking bad.
Definitely sucks, Jay Black. This is not where you want to be.
Seymour, I can't hear you talking. I can't hear you, bro.
Oh, I had said something. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You
I
can't
can
hear
see
me.
I
your
just-
mouth moving. I see your mouth moving, but I can't hear you talking,
I
Seymour.
can't hear him either.
You can't hear me?
That's
wild. Hold on.
Yeah, I still don't hear you.
Yeah, we don't hear you.
Say you. Oh, he working on something.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I don't know why you're not getting
Jay
me.
Black said heads will roll tonight.
Yeah, this is an ugly loss.
Can you hear me
Jay
now?
Black. Simo, we still can't hear you, bro. I don't know what's going on, but your audio is it ain't working.
That's wild. Stand by. Wow.
I don't know what's going on with your audio. It's 2nd and 5 with 24 seconds left on the clock. They got one timeout left. They come out and it's in a it's somewhat of a equal formation with a single back in the backfield. He throws it out to I can't see who that is. Number 15, D Alford says strap because it is an incomplete pass. Almost pretty touchy. Almost could have been a pass interference because he got on that shoulder pretty good. And it's raining pretty good up there. I can see it once in some of these frames. You can see it's raining. It's 35 with 15, 14, 13, 12 seconds. Look like they're going to let it run out. One more play. 6, 5, 4. They get the ball off. He throws it. Did they call a timeout? I don't even know if that's a first down. Wait a minute. It jumped back to 35 seconds. I'm a little. Oh, that's the game clock. Got to be. Did he catch that? Even if he caught it, I don't think it was a first down. And was it enough time to get the timeout in? I'm a little confused here what they got going on. This might be a little bit of home cooking right here. Now they put 12 seconds back on the clock.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
What's going on? This looks like some home cooking right here.
Klein said in the chat, them boys just letting them gain yards.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did.
Check.
They put 12 seconds. Somehow they put 12 seconds back on the clock. I'm not quite certain how they pulled that one. So they got time for they got no more timeout. So if they don't, it's first. They got a first down on that one. I think somebody jumped offside. So that would be. Let me see. They have no timeout, so they got to play the
Oh
sideline false
Lord.
start offense,
Wow.
backing them up.
And we lose it.
So that would put them at a. Let me see.
Can you guys
That
hear
would
me
be a
now?
55, 56-yard field goal. Yup, that's what it would be. So yeah, they backed them up like 1st and 15, so they backed them up 5 yards.
Are y'all able to hear me now?
12 seconds left on the clock. Still, they come out in that eagle formation again. He throws the ball out of bounds. Nobody could get to it. We clean. 2nd and 15. That took about 6 seconds off the clock. Look like they bringing out the kicker now with 8 seconds on the clock. I want to say this would probably be let me see, did he come out or did he stop and go back? We don't have no timeouts to ice him.
It's a wrap.
They going for it again. So they walked him back out. 8 seconds left. I guess the field goal would have been a little too far for him. And he throws it out of bounds again. 5 seconds left on the
Terrible,
clock.
man.
Kicker coming out now. It was like maybe a 55-yarder. Okay, he's already missed one today. So we need him to miss one again so we can take this thing in overtime. But they could very easily win it right now if he hits this thing. 56-yarder attempt. He missed it. God dang it, he got it. He got it. That's it. We lost a demoralizing game today, y'all. That was very demoralizing. That was not a team we are supposed to or should have lost to.
Jay
This
Black
is going.
says, nice show. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you all the way there, but yeah.
Appreciate you, Jay Black, for that.
Yeah,
I,
that was rough, y'all. That was hard to watch. It was like watching paint dry at times, and then it was the other rest of it was like somebody dragging their fingernails across a chalkboard. Uh, excruciating to watch. So here we are again, another loss. That was
yeah,
we outgained them by yards. I'm talking about yards, and but it's just that third down with Zach Robinson being who he was on third down with this. I don't know what we're gonna call that, recreating the wheel. I guess no need for me to recreate the wheel and try to go in a dictionary and find another word to describe it. It was that third down. Those third down calls were absolutely atrocious. Um, Bijan played a good game. You know, we hats off to him. I know somebody said in the chat that defense didn't play very well. So, but they actually did. They just didn't. You know, on that one drive, which is all pretty much the Jets put together, was one drive. Special teams was I'm going to use the word atrocious. They didn't do anything to help us in this
yeah.
game whatsoever. It was a raining nasty game and everything, but even still, I mean, you have to come and play football. Um, I don't know what's going on with my man Simo
Yeah,
audio,
y'all should be able to hear me, man, because I could hear it in
but
the.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't hear him either.
right.
So
So what we gonna do? We're gonna cut it short today, y'all. We're gonna go lick
yeah,
our wounds. Like you said, 1 minute. He's trying to see if he can get it together, y'all. So we're gonna give him a couple more minutes
All right, can you
Great.
guys
talk
hear?
Actually,
about some of the
Can
nuances.
y'all hear me now?
oh
All
yeah,
right, there
yeah.
you go.
There you
Okay,
go.
so no, I was open in the game chat. It was in the stream chat. I think it was just the for some reason it was not showing in the Google Meet chat, in the video chat for you guys. So you couldn't hear me, but everybody else could hear me. Um, they had my earbuds go dead on me, but the microphone was still active. Uh, but yeah, no, that's a terrible loss right there, man. That's a very demoralizing loss right there. Defense came out and did what you wanted to see them do to win this game. And they played pretty good, even with the bad plays that happened that had everything stacked against us. We we just I'm not even as mad at Zach Robinson and some of his play calling. He could have done a little bit better with some of his play calling at given times, but we scored when we needed to get when we got into the red zone. There were some times where we had some drive stop that could have gone our way if we would have selected some different plays. But all in all, I'm not even so mad at the offense right now. The special teams really cost us this game. That myth punt
Right.
and the just the bad kickoff coverage to
Yeah,
coming
the
back after the score.
75 yard. It was 75-yard return is what that was. End up being.
I mean, you're beating a team that had you're beating a team. You're up on a team that you're better than, and you're dominating them in every aspect. But you got to play complementary football. You got to play, you know, three phases of football. It can't just be offense and defense, and then the special teams doesn't do what they need to do. You can't be playing good defense and your special teams and your offense be bad. Or if your offense isn't playing quite as good, then your special teams goes and gives a play away. That type of stuff is going to eat you every time. And ultimately, that's why we just lost this game. I see somebody in the chat. I think Jay Black says heads will roll tonight. It's highly
Yeah, he
unlikely.
did. I saw that too.
Yeah, they should. Heads should roll tonight, but not sure how that's gonna roll. TC 2263 says or says I'm back. Still want to be positive. I'm not sure what kind of question that is. There's not been any blind optimism at all. This is a game we could have won and a game we should have won. And even moving forward, I still think there's some things that to build on with this team. And even as it stands, what does that put us at, G? Is that is that 9 losses?
Yeah, that's no. That's 8. So we 4-8.
We're 4-8. So that still puts us in a position to be able to get 9 wins this year. It's highly unlikely. It's definitely highly unlikely, but I mean, this isn't. We've been past the point of being positive about anything. There's definitely stuff to criticize, undoubtedly.
Right.
Is there a positive spin that can still come on things? Absolutely. Is there still stuff that they could build on? Absolutely. Because I don't know at this point if you just automatically get rid of Raheem Morris right away. Maybe you you do if there's a better option out there. But
Yeah,
just getting
that would be the biggest thing. What you switching up? Because
who you
that's
who
what
you
you
want to
wind up
fire? Who do
doing.
you want to bring in there? And that's the biggest thing. Who do you want to bring in if you fire Raheem Morris? What does it look
And
like?
then Brick might go with Breyer. I mean, you just got to look at all the nuances of this. And I don't know what he means by that. That back still want to be positive. I don't really understand that comment either because it's not like we're glazing our team. I mean, it was no glaze. It was never a glaze session anyway. But if I see JPJ doing well or Jalen Walker doing well, I mean, I'm not gonna pretend like that didn't just happen. But I mean, we all see Ebiketie. We see Pitts and. We got kind of like, we in this gray area with the play call, with the offense. Of course, like I said, special teams was absolutely atrocious today. I mean, it was past bad. They did nothing to help us today. And that's who got to actually play in games like the nasty, sloppy, wet games like this. We can't just come and show up and play in situations where everything's perfect because it's just not going to be like that. So
Definitely
I
not.
don't really get that comment. Did he say something else? Um,
It doesn't matter. It can't get
yeah, he
worse than
did,
this. We just lost to the 2-9 Jets. How do you not understand how bad that is?
bro. It
Bro,
definitely can get worse.
we don't think
I don't know
this.
what. Yeah, he.
Nobody's saying that it's not that's not bad, but again,
Yeah,
it definitely could be worse than
it
that. And
definitely could get worse, dude.
like
Like
I'm not gonna get my blood pressure up about these Falcons because I'm not the one out there losing these games. Do I like seeing this?
right.
No, I don't like seeing this. The reality of the situation, the level-headed take about this is that again, do we fire Raheem or not? Yeah, there's every reason to fire Raheem right now, but who do you bring in? Because soon as you start firing people, you're resetting your team, and now
Yeah,
you're
you got to
gonna
start all over.
got to start all over. You're bringing in another
That's
quarterback
That's you
coach.
think you heard. He says you have no number one pick. He says next year you screw. No, sir. No, you're not. Draft picks are a crapshoot, dude.
But
It's
what
number one pick guarantees no turnaround of the organization. TC, just because you got a number one pick and we picked Kyle Pitts is number 4 overall. We're still here. We've been
right,
picking number 1 in the top 8 or 9
right.
for 14 years. That guarantees you nothing, brother.
That guarantees you nothing,
Those-
brother.
yeah,
And listen, I wanna just let's just talk to the elephant in the room what we've already been talking about before because we brought this up during the cast. I've done 2 episodes, and brother, I'm gonna drop a link in the chat for you, so you can actually go listen to my. I've got several videos that I've been talking about how James Pierce Jr. was worth the first round draft pick. We didn't just give up a first round draft pick. We used our first round draft pick for this year, to acquire a talent that we thought was a generational talent. I think that James Pierce Jr. is a top 10 draft pick. So if we're going to have a top 10 draft pick this year, that's where we would have probably needed to go with a pass rusher. So I don't know what you would have wanted us to do with this first round draft pick for this year. We still needed pass rush. And if we didn't have him here this year, pass rush would have still been an issue. I don't know that we want to go with the wide receiver in the first round. We could definitely sign somebody as a wide receiver. We don't need a running back. We don't necessarily need a tight end or anything else. I mean, we could sign a tight end. I guess it's really going to depend on what we do with Kyle Pitts.
Can I jump in? Can I jump in with what
Yeah.
you're saying, bro?
Go ahead.
And even with that number 1 round pick, bro, there's no one player that you're gonna go and get that one player and he turns his whole entire organization
Exactly.
around. That's all I want to say, bro. Go ahead.
No, agreed. Now, he's speaking back to, as it says, it's QB and coaching. Look what we've been since we lost Shanahan and his staff along with Ryan. I think we fixed pass rush. Well, yeah, that's what we're trying to tell you. We fixed the pass rush by going after a pass rusher this year with our first round draft pick. Quarterback play has not been that atrocious, to be honest with you. To be real with you, like a lot of people, Penix and Kirk Cousins, to be honest with you, and Cousins had some bad games. The other games that he started, the game he started with Miami, he played really, really bad. But last game he was pretty good. This game he was pretty good. At least a good enough game manager. And Penix has been a good enough game manager for us this year. A lot of people are upset that Penix is not living up to what you might have wanted for him or what you were expecting out of a first round draft pick. But that's because a lot of people are coming in and they're wanting to see Peyton Manning. They're wanting to see they see Jaden Daniels doing what he does, or they see Joe Burrow and some of these other guys. But Drake May had a bad first year. You look at Bo Nix up in with the Broncos. They're not winning because of
sophomore. Yeah, sophomore jinx like a mug.
Yeah, he didn't have a great year last year. So I think that with these quarterbacks, you don't need your quarterback to be all world. Jalen Hurts hasn't had a great season, but Philly is winning because they are making the right calls and they're not beating themselves. Special teams is what beat us today. Not being focused. Yes, if you want to tell me there's some coaching issues, I 100% agree with you. But let's talk about all these drops the wide receivers had. We had every opportunity to win this game once we got the ball back. The defense got the ball back for us. Seals missed the pass. Mooney missed the pass on that last drive. And I'm just talking about on that last drive alone. Like, it doesn't matter what you did earlier in the game. If you can miss you could drop a pass at the beginning of the game, and if you make a big play at the end of the game, it's when do you drop these passes? Like when the team is dependent on you and you're making mistakes from the team, it's all about when you make these mistakes. It's all about when you have these lapses in your focus. When it becomes critical key junctures in the game, are you going to make a play then? Like Mooney could have caught all his passes earlier in the game and then dropped it then. That still hurts us. The same for Seals. But they drop passes earlier in the game and later in the game. So I can't even put all of that on the quarterback. I mean, Penix hasn't been the greatest this year, but he's not the reason we're losing right now. It definitely has been some could have been better with some of our quarterback play. And I do agree that there's definitely been some play calling issues, and there's some issues with the offensive coordinator.
Offensive line too. The offensive line is decimated, man. You behind like third, fourth string guys, man.
I think that we've been fine even considering that. Now, one thing I want to talk.
Yeah, they actually didn't play bad.
They actually been all right, man. The special teams has been pretty bad this year, and he said, look at how we've been since we got rid of Shanahan. It's not like Shanahan went somewhere else and won a Super Bowl. As a matter of fact, he left and he blew 2 Super Bowls. So if we blew 2 Super Bowls, you wouldn't be any happier. Nobody's happy about the Super Bowls we got to and we didn't win them. So it's not like Shanahan left and did something else. He's blown a lot of games with some very questionable play calling as well too. So I mean, yeah, since we lost Shanahan, I don't feel like. I mean, he was solid for what he was, but I mean, there was a lot of mediocrity to be had, or a lot of mistakes to be had inside of the excellence of what he had. You know, it's
and
like
TC, man. Let me say this: bump Shanahan. Who loses their playbook on the week of the Super Bowl?
The Super Bowl.
And
Yeah.
you go 17 weeks and don't lose, and then all of a sudden you lose your playbook. You play New England, who is probably who you lost your playbook to.
and all of a sudden, magically, they give him the quarterback that he wants in Garoppolo when he gets to San Francisco. Come on, man.
Yeah,
If
that
it
does seem a
walks
little
like a
bit.
duck, if it talks like a duck, if it acts like a duck and quack like a duck, TC, it's probably a duck, G. Like for real, bro.
I
So
want to
I don't,
real
man. I could care less about a Shanahan for real, bro.
real quick in the Facebook chat. I don't know if Ishmael Hughes is still there, but he says fire Raheem, bum coach. And listen, it's hard not to say fire Raheem. I'm not going to tell somebody that we shouldn't fire Raheem at this given point in time. I do think you can't fire him right this second because nothing changes if you fire him right this second. I think you got to wait and see what happens at the end of the year, see how he
I
loses
agree.
or wins any of these other games. This is definitely
I
a tough
agree.
loss right here. I would have, if I'm Raheem, I am potentially firing Zach Robinson and maybe even the
I
special
agree.
teams coach right here.
I
I
agree.
just don't. You got to make some adjustments though. Like that, those are the things that I don't like. Is that we still are putting out Agnew out there, and he's made some mistakes on special teams already. Special teams coordinator has not been able to. He's just not been able to get the special teams to focus at all. There's not. They've been bad on coverage on punt team. They've been bad on coverage on kickoff team, and on our punt return and field goal. Kickoff return at times. We have missed some punts and some returns that we should have just, you got to catch it or you don't touch it. So
TC says same thing with the Lions. They only became good after Campbell, Johnson, and Glenn. I can't see what that says.
coaching and chemistry fixed
Coaching,
a lot of things.
right? I got that heart in the way. So I want you to go back and do me a solid and look at Dan Campbell's first year as the head coach of the Lions when he only won 2 games that entire year. and and you actually have to look at that. So a lot of people over here with Atlanta, they want a turnkey situation, and I can say yeah, it's hard to argue for Raheem's job, but then I can also say a lot of what's happening is not just coaching issues. We have been notoriously been getting bit by the piss poor execution. Look, I don't know if it's a situation where these guys are just happy to be here, but you can't go into a series where you get the ball back, you can drive the ball, and you got 3 passes, and the ball hits these guys in the hand. Even with Fitz, that was the only pass on that one series that was actually contested, and that's just because like the guy wouldn't, he kind of put his hand out and wouldn't let him pull the ball back into his body.
So
But you just have to do something phenomenal. Go ahead, bro.
I I I don't want to cut you off or interject too early, but
You
I
good?
I do feel TC about saying that there's a coaching issue. There's definitely coaching
It
issue
is.
with
I
that, and
agree with you.
I don't think that these guys there is some bad execution on some things. We definitely need a wide receiver. We definitely need to add some additional wide receivers. The only wide receiver we have that is a if you pass to him, you know it's gonna get caught is Drake London. That is the only other person on the team aside from Bijan Robinson. Bijan and Drake London are the only 2 people that if there is a pass that goes in the air, and maybe Tyler Algier. I don't think Tyler Algier misses a lot of the receptions that are thrown his way, but he's not a wide receiver, of course. But those are you only got 2 or 3 guys that if you pass it to them, they're gonna catch it. We don't need the best receivers in the world, but you need a solid second or third guy that, hey, if I throw it to you on a little 5-yard crossing route, you're gonna catch it. If you're wide open, you're gonna catch it. And Darnell Mooney cannot do that. You can't have Kyle Pitts doing that. And if he wants to come back, and depending on what we're paying him, those are things that you got to look at whether if you want to keep him or not. But I will say that there is definitely some issues with Raheem with making adjustments and not benching certain guys, or maybe even getting rid of people and giving too many second chances. You even brought up about Dan Campbell. I think that almost hurts your point bringing up Dan Campbell, because if you want to say it's not a coaching issue, talking about how he had 2 wins his first year, because after that I don't think he had a losing season after that.
That's
He
true.
made progress, or if he did have a losing season the second year, he progressed in that second year. We're almost look like we're regressing right now. So
That's true.
I cannot be upset about somebody feeling like questioning whether Raheem's merit out there, because if he goes and he gets those guys to focus a little bit better, and I think that focusing and not making mistakes like that, being a well coached team, it shows when you don't. It shows itself by not having, like we said, why are two guys in the same vicinity in the same exact area for a route? It ain't like it's levels in a flood route or something. You got two guys in the same exact place, and that's not supposed to be happening. So I think that those are the type of things, attention to detail, those are things you can certainly blame Raheem for. And I'm not mad at it. I just, again,
No, and I wanna clarify. I totally agree with everything you're saying.
yeah,
What I'm just adding, I'm piggybacking and saying it's not just, you know what I'm
agreed.
saying? Let me say that it's not just the bad coaching. We
Agreed.
have been getting bit by piss poor execution.
Right.
Like I said, I don't know where the disconnect is coming in with the coaches translating. Like you said, two people in the same area. Like Raheem's biggest mistake was hiring his friends, and just a lot of things would be overlooked if it wasn't for that. But like to say that, like I agree with you, just firing him right now ain't gonna change nothing. It
Right.
ain't gonna change absolutely no. We might as well wait till, like, even if as bad as it gets, just wait till the end of the season and then start all over instead of just like firing him. And that's like that's an organizational thing. If you just blow it with the organization, yeah, they probably fire you in the middle of the season, like they did Dan Quinn. I think that with Dan Quinn, it was just we just got kind of fed up. It was just like we're gonna give you this, that we're gonna give you this extra year, and then we just hope that you just make it look like you trying, and it just it didn't even look like he was trying at times. But I agree with both of you, 100%. Like, I'm not arguing for his job, but it's just, if there wasn't even an argument that you could make or would make, and it would be the fact that the execution sucks. But execution is, you are a reflection of your leader, and that will always hold to be true. And right now, those guys they just like act like they just happy to be out there. So I do agree with what you're saying. Maybe I was just putting it out there wrong to say, buying for his job, but that's what we've been, man. It was like their special team sucks. Like,
Right.
and that's a reflection of him because he hired those people, and he's kind of standing back and letting them keep putting Agnew out there and letting Zach blow it on these third down calls. And I mean, he's the coach. He's the alpha and the alpha and the mega, the beginning and the end. Everything starts with him. Everything stops with him. So if he's not getting it done, then hey, look, I'm like, look, we got to get a new coach in here. That's the bottom line. Me personally, I hate to start all over. But
Now,
it's just, hey, we might have to do that.
I will say this. And again, we don't know who's available right now in terms of coaching. There's people that have been fired. I do not like any of the people that have been fired to come in here. Like, I wouldn't fire Raheem and bring in some of the guys that have been fired so far. But I do want to ask you, TC, if you're still out there, bro, who would you like to see us hire as a head coach? I don't want to see Belichick. There is a strong possibility that the Steelers could fire Mike Tomlin this year, especially if they don't win a playoff game this year. Or if they miss the playoffs, I think Tomlin's out of there. If Tomlin doesn't win a playoff game this year, because I think they're not going to be happy with him just one and done if he makes the playoffs and then gets booted out the first year. That would be almost a decade of no playoff wins. And it doesn't matter how many winning records you have or how many times you make the playoffs. If you go a decade without a playoff win, you're probably going to get fired. I'm not sure that I would be upset with Mike Tomlin coming in here.
That would be great. That would be great.
So that would be somebody I'd be okay with. But again, right now, I am not sure who you could bring in here to right the ship right now, because it's like, who's available? I don't want to see Belichick come in here. I don't think that Belichick still reaches these guys. And we're talking, that's a guy who has not had a playoff win in about seven or eight seasons as well, or he may have had one in the last 7 or 8 seasons. He's not doing good at North Carolina. yeah, I don't see another coordinator or somebody that you're like, yeah, let's get rid of Raheem and bring that person in. I do think if you bring back Raheem next year, you fire him midway through the season. If he starts off with we start off in with only like 3 wins by like week 7, or week 8, and we only got 2 wins, I'm sure he'll get fired. For certain, he's going to be on very thin ice next year. So I'm certain that even if they bring Raheem back, they're not going to allow him to bring back Zach Robinson or something. I just can't imagine them wanting to bring back Zach Robinson or they're going to probably make him hire somebody so that if they fire him, it can be at least a solid interim coach. I think that's why I think they probably keep Raheem, because that way you retain the Ulbrich, our defensive coordinator. But
that's important. That's very important. What Brick is gonna do, because Brick has kind of got a vision, and he only needs a couple more pieces to complete his vision to make this defense like a formidable thing. Brick ain't no head. Everybody keeps saying move Brick the head coach, and that I don't think that is gonna get the answer either that we're looking for far as Brick being the head coach. But definitely want to retain Brick as the head the DC. I'm not interested in the Zach Robinson experiment nor the special teams experiment anymore. Um, get some guys in here. I'm okay with the Kyle Pitts doing whatever they're gonna do with him thing. Um, so just get some guys in here that are more like just want to win.
right, right. TC says Tomlin would be fine. At least he has a good chance fixing all this losing to Mickey Mouse teams that we have been more talented than. We have more talent than. We'd still be in the playoffs, without Panthers, Dolphins, Jets losses. And that's true. If we won the Panthers games, we won that Jets game, and we didn't lose to the Panthers was 2 losses, Jets was 1 loss, and the Dolphins was another loss. That's 4 losses right there. We would still be in the hunt right now if we didn't lose those games. And like we said this earlier, G, good teams don't beat themselves, and they beat up on bad teams. You want to be a good team, you got to beat bad teams. You got to beat the teams you're supposed to beat. Definitely, we are on paper are better than some of these other teams that we're playing. So, yeah, it's nasty work, man. Nasty work. Looks like we lost G-Dub right there. But yeah, this is an ugly loss to say the least. Ugly loss to say the least. I'm not sure who else is going to be available. Falcons definitely got to do some soul searching, but I think still, if you're Raheem, you still have some things that you can build on this season. You have to go out here and execute. Still, you still have to get these guys prepared to win football games. He's still fighting for his job right now, and I think if Raheem can get it together a little bit more in these closing games, I'm not certain that I just would automatically get rid of him, because, again, I don't know. If you get rid of the special teams coach, it's one thing to get rid of your offensive coordinator because you have several different assistants on their team, offensive assistants. It's one thing to get rid of your defensive coordinator because you have several defensive assistants. I'm not sure who else covers your special teams if you get rid of your special teams coordinator right at this point of the season. Although I wouldn't be against getting rid of that special teams coach. I don't think it's unheard of to fire your special teams coach in the middle of the season. I don't think it's that specialized. Coverage and lanes is coverage and lanes. Smart football is smart football. So it's definitely interesting to see what's going to happen with that. I don't think Raheem did a terrible job this game right here. He looked a lot better than he did in other games. Again, it's just special teams was atrocious, and you can't keep having all these drops that we're having out there. I know a lot of people didn't like that they fired Ike Hilliard, but we had a lot of drops before we fired Ike Hilliard, and it ain't got better since we dropped him. So you say you'd even be good with McDaniel. I think you're talking about Mike McDaniel. and I would not be good with Mike McDaniel. I don't understand why you'd be good with Mike McDaniel. You saw that experiment in Miami, and he looks like he's probably going to get fired this year. He has not been good, though. Mike McDaniel has not necessarily lit it up in Miami. As a matter of fact, he took over a team. We got G-Dub back. Mike McDaniel took over a team that was on the verge of making the playoffs with Brian Flores. I think they did make the playoffs one year. Brian Flores was fired after 3 years. I don't think he had a losing season. He definitely had at least 2 winning seasons before they fired him. And he didn't play Tua his rookie year. They stayed with Fitzpatrick, which in hindsight, I don't think that was a bad idea. Flores is known for his propensity to be, they say he's kind of tough to work with. I think that sometimes I'm just being honest, I think when you are a black coach in this league, sometimes you get scrutinized unfairly in ways. And if you're assertive, a person like John Harbaugh, right? They don't sit, or Jim Harbaugh, better yet, Jim Harbaugh. They're not as upset about that. Of course, they gave him a little bit of a hard time about that with San Francisco at first, but some of these other coaches, a Belichick. I mean, of course, winning cures all, but it was like, oh, he's a stout coach. It doesn't matter how well your coach, your team likes you. A lot of the time, nobody talks about, oh, I love Sean McVay so much, I love Shanahan so much. These are guys who will get in your jump about it. So I'm not sure about Mike McDaniel. I'm not sure that I would want to hire him as a head coach, because I feel like his teams are undisciplined and they have lapses in judgment. And he's supposed to be this offensive guru, but their offense had some issues that they were suffering with, and he had two really fast receivers out there. You would think he could do a lot more with Tua out there. I don't think Tua's chopped liver. I don't think he's all world. I don't think he's a top 10, maybe not even a top 15 quarterback, but he played really good at Alabama, and he took Jalen Hurts' job in college. So I do think that Tua has enough there that's why you brought Mike McDaniel in there, was to take Tua to the next level. And I hadn't seen enough from him with what he did with Tua to be like, oh, he's the guy to come in, at least as the head coach for Penix. Now, I'd definitely be down with Mike McDaniel as the offensive coordinator.
Hey, yes, I'm thinking the same thing. Me and you thinking the same thing.
So let's see. He says taking the Dolphins to the playoffs twice. Have they been to the playoffs twice?
If they did, they ain't do nothing. I don't think so.
I think he has one playoff win. I don't think that the Dolphins have been to the playoffs twice, and I'm about to fact check that. So forgive me if I'm wrong about that. Let's look this up. Let's look up Mike McDaniel's. Hey, and G, you know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't no rib dinners tonight, bro. Like but I, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not hitting the Burger King or McDonald's menu either after this loss, and there ain't no lemon pepper wings. I'm gonna go in here and make me some nice tacos, some nice hood tacos, and we gonna call it a day.
I'm tired of eating pro meat too. I'm gonna eat me something good tonight.
Look, ain't no reason for you or nobody else to suffer and gotta eat the slop because the Falcons lost. You be like, oh no, we want steak dinners tonight. We want ribs. We want kosher food tonight because they got to win so we can get that. No, I'm gonna go out here and get this kosher meal because I ain't the one who lost.
So TC is right. He got playoffs in the 22 and 23. So it's been a minute, but he did make the playoffs twice.
Well, he did that. He did that with again who I said was the Brian. No, he did that with Brian Flores' teams. He did that with a team that he took over from Brian Flores. Yeah, he was the head coach of that team, and he took over a pretty solid defense. if you look at all the stuff that's happened since then, and I don't even think they had Jalen Ramsey when he first got there, when Mike McDaniel first got there. They added him afterward.
Yep.
So it looks like he almost.
Ramsey was in Jacksonville. Then where'd he go? To Miami, right?
No, he went to the Rams.
He went to Rams,
and then he came over to Miami, and then Miami traded him to the Steelers. So I have his record pulled up too. 9-8 his first year, 11-6 his first year. Then last year went 8-9. This year he's 4-7. You don't want to see that type of regression. There is no reason that after those 2 years you should. It looks like that's an indictment to me. That looks like an indictment on your head coach. If you take over a team that had a winning record, you get 2 winning seasons, but then no playoff win. Made the playoffs twice.
I actually like Brian Flores. I had him in the hat right along with all this, with everything. Yeah, I had him in his name in the hat, and what's the guy? Brian, not Brian. He was defensive coordinator last year in San Francisco. I liked him too when he took over for Carolina year before last.
Yeah, I can't remember who you're talking about specific.
Steve Wilkes.
Steve Wilkes, okay.
Yeah,
I'm a little iffy on those. I would like to see Brian Flores. If we could get Brian Flores, I'm not sure if he's going to be
Brian above all of them, so I agree.
I definitely look at Brian Flores.
Wilkes had a little defensive minded coach, and he turned Carolina. The reason why I'm just going to be transparent because of what he was able to do with Carolina with that terrible roster they had. Like, what was it, 2 years ago? That was a bad roster that they had. And he actually had them winning football games. That was a game that got he coached the game that got Arthur Smith fired. If you remember that year, that was a particular game and that got Arthur Smith fired. That particular year, they were way tougher than what they should have been. So that's what made me kind of pay attention to Steve Wilkes. And then if you're talking about giving somebody an opportunity, I think Byron Leftwich might be an opportunistic one that you could look at
as a head coach.
I'm looking more. I like him more as a coordinator, to be honest with you.
I definitely love Leftwich as an offensive coordinator. If you could bring him here, I think he should have never been fired from
Tampa.
From Tampa when he was fired from there. I definitely wouldn't mind him as an offensive coordinator. I definitely would be down if we could bring Flores here. And I want to give a shout out to my boy Gino, who I went to high school with. Shout out to SHS alumni, Stevenson High School alumni, Obi-Wan Janowski. But he said bring in Flores, and I laughed him off last year when I was like, so you wanted to bring in.
I said the same thing.
I was like, yo, you want to bring in the guy who destroyed the self-esteem of his quarterback? But now that when you hear Tua say that Flores was telling him he sucked and all that stuff, Flores might not have been wrong. Like, as far as we see this year, Tua does look like he's kind of sucked for the most part, except for when he played against us. So, I mean, maybe you do need a head coach that's going to come in here and call it like it is and tell those dudes, like, hey, bro, you're sucking. And excuse me, there's a word that rhymes with fussy or tussy.
Right.
That you need your head coach to not be, and make sure that you got goals.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you got to have thick skin, and so you need a head coach that's going to bring that dog out in some of those guys. And allegedly, a lot of players like Brian Flores. I think it's a little bit of a mixed bag with him. All your players ain't supposed to like you, but I think that this team would probably respond well to a Brian Flores because you got a guy like Jalen Walker out there who doesn't seem like he takes no nonsense. Seems like a nice guy, a polite, well-spoken guy, but he's got dog. Like you can see, he takes this game very seriously.
Yeah.
He doesn't like losing. You look at Bijan Robinson, a polite guy, nice guy, but like this guy ain't playing. He wants to win. Right. Like these guys we got warriors on our team. James Pierce Jr., tough guy, thick-skinned guy.
Right.
Like he ain't no punk. You know what I'm saying? You need guys.
I agree.
And if I'm a head coach, my team ain't gonna be no punks. We gonna come out. We gonna be bullies. So call me with. I'm gonna tell it like it is. I'm gonna call it like I see it. And like I don't mind being an a-hole if I'm a head coach because it's a difference between jerks and a-holes. Jerks are trying to be cutting to people. They're trying to be they don't care about other people. A-holes, they say the things that you may not want to hear, and they may say something but they're usually saying things that need to be heard at a time. It might ruffle some feathers a little bit. If anybody's
Right.
seen the movie Best Man, Terrence Howard in that movie, he's kind of that.
Right.
He's a little bit of an antagonizer and a little bit of a-hole, but
Right.
he's telling the guy what he needed to hear, man. Like, hey, man, don't take that weak. Don't be weak and let nobody run over you and take your lunch money, bro. So that you need a coach that's going to come out here and be like, hey, no, that's not good enough. Need a head coach that's not going to let make excuses for these guys,
Right.
or just saying, oh, we got to find a way. Even though Raheem has said that every week, and it's true, you do have to find a way, but go find a way. I don't want to just hear it. I
Right.
want to see you do it. So, um, it's gonna be interesting to see what happens over the next few weeks. There will be some more coaching vacancies to come up soon. So
Right.
let's revisit this in a couple weeks, in the next week or two, and see
Right.
who's going to be available, who's being fired. And again, I wouldn't be against Flores. He's a guy that's a retread hire that I'd definitely be down with. This team needs a little bit more
Right.
discipline. They talk about the culture. I want a winning culture. I want a disciplined culture. We got this team is the defensive
Yeah.
unit now. You know what I mean? So I'd
So
go for it.
so to piggyback on what you're saying about Flores, see, and then it's all about fit. Because if you don't like, I'm a firm believer, you got to put the right player with the right coach. So Flores, if he could come into our situation with the defense set up like it is, even if Brick goes, well, I'm going with my man Rock. That would be like Brick kind of got the shit right, headed in the right direction with the defense. Flores can still take that defense, but predicated on what I've seen him be able to do with the Minnesota defense, he could take our defense and pick it up and run with it along with some of the pieces that we already got in place on offense. That's very important. The guy has to come in and some of what he's doing has to fit the mold where he doesn't have to, because you're going to go through reconstructive surgery if another coach comes in here. It's going to be, he got to get his people in here. That's just something that's got to happen. And until he gets his people in here, you can't. The expectation is going to be what it can't be like. You can't set the bar super duper high until this guy get a chance to, you know, kick his shoes off and get his toes through the carpet a little bit here. So, but I think with what we have here, it fits the mold of Flores or a Tomlin, somebody that's got super defense. Like just you know like I said, now and the rest of the stuff that we can look at, Flores is a get because he's just a coordinator right now, so offering him a head coaching job, that's actually a get. That's a tangible thing. So
Right.
we can really actually talk about that. Tomlin, we have to wait and see how Pittsburgh gonna play him, if it's gonna be a Tomlin. So, and the rest of them is gonna be uh head coaching vacancies. For me,
Right.
I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's some way Raheem figures out how to keep his job, he goes in there and rubs Arthur Blank on the back and says, "Look, I really believe I got something here. Let me give me one more shot. Whatever, however it works, right? He got to go find a guy that has been a head coach, knows about head coaching to run our offense with a brilliant mind like a Mike McDaniel or somebody high powered like that that can really push that offense where even if the defense struggles, like I'm good with Brick. Go get a special coaching guy and go get me, because special coach, you see how bad it could be with special coach. He was better last year. We blocked a bunch of field goal attempts and punts and things last year, that situation. But this year is just it's not translating. So go get those two guys. Go get me a solid offensive coordinator that's real with it, not an experiment, and then somebody who's gonna take this special teams to the next level. And hey, we can run with that. But other than that, I do like the idea of Flores or a Tomlinson type of mind coach. I really like that type of energy.
And not to beat a dead horse about Brian Flores specifically, but I do want to point out, and I'm gonna see if I can actually get this up here on the screen for you guys. But Brian Flores has, at this point in time, he has the Minnesota Vikings. I think that they're still a top 10 defense right now, or close to top 10 defense. I'm gonna try to get the defensive rankings stats available for us, for you guys to be able to look at that. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. He's at about 12th in the league in terms of yards against per game, total yards per game against the defense. I think that is remarkable for the amount of for that Vikings team to be so bad offensively, for them to still be a top 12 defense in terms of yards per game. And they've had some injuries as well too. He's really done his thing with that team. So I wouldn't be against bringing him in here as a head coach, just for that specific reason alone. And if he's willing to keep Ulbrich, if he gets fired, because you said Ulbrich might go with Raheem, I'm not certain that Raheem, if he gets fired, Raheem ain't gonna get another head coaching position next year anywhere. So,
Right. I can
Ulbrich,
agree with that.
Ulbrich could be out of a job.
Balling.
Right, I
wouldn't want to lose Ulbrich though. If you do
Right.
bring Flores in, I would like to see something like, because it would be like a Tomlin situation where McDaniel's not gonna work for anybody. You know what I'm saying? So it would need to be somebody that has some juice. If I'm gonna say, okay, well, I'm gonna step down from head coaching and go back to offense coordinator, so you might can make something like that work to go, hey, Brick, you doing good, you stay there, and let me go talk to McDaniels. You got to get somebody that's strong enough to talk to him.
Well, here's the thing: if McDaniels gets fired, I mean, there ain't no guarantee that he's going to get a head coaching job anywhere. So he probably,
I agree.
He probably will have to become a coordinator just to get back in that saddle again. So this would probably be a good space for him, in terms of that. If you needed him to, if you had to hire him. But if you're looking at the screen, I think I have it up, and it may not be showing, so I'm going to see if I can expand this just a little bit more. But you should see where I have it highlighted. It's just there on the screen now. And right here at the top, that's Houston. That's number one.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You got, I lost my track on here. You got the Vikings right here. Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'll take that back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They're 10th in the league on defensive yards per game. Again, I think that's remarkable. They've only given up 23. They're only giving up 23 points per game as of right now. This Falcons team, we're a little bit lower down in terms of our yards per game. We're giving up 22 yards per game. So I'm certain that I can't imagine Flores wouldn't want to hire Ulbrich as a coordinator as well. But yeah, that's the direction I go. All right, but we'll see. It's still too early.
Yeah, it's still early, but just
Still
if
early.
we spitballing right now, that would be the dream. That would be our dream coaching staff. Is Mike McDaniels if he get fired as all OC, Brick as DC, and Florida. Because I think you kind of need, like you say, we say an asshole. I think you kind of need somebody like that to win the South. Because Todd Bowles is not like he the coolest guy in the world. You know what I'm saying? And then I mean, who's the coolest guy in the world? Then they got Kellen Moore for the Saints, and I forgot the Carolina coach's name.
Almost every fan base hates their coaching staff if they're not doing what they think they should be doing. I've seen Tampa Bay fans discrediting Todd Bowles even as well too. And I think that Todd Bowles is a pretty solid coach. I don't think he's the greatest thing in the world. I think he has a better situation than Raheem. But there's a lot that could go different with this. I do want to see what happens in terms of the special teams coordinator and the special teams coordination over the next few games. If the offense continues to do what it's doing right now and Raheem is doing what he's doing, and we see them continue to get better, I wouldn't be totally against bringing back Zach Robinson, although I do want to kind of get rid of him. I'm open to Raheem still staying here. But, again, if something else comes up that's better, I'd be all for it. I would love to bring in somebody as an offensive coordinator who still runs that same offense, though, for us. It would be great if we could run that same offense so that Penix or something that's similar. Somebody's going to run something that's similar to what Penix is used to so that he can grow and develop a little bit more. But, yeah, otherwise, we're talking a lot of hypotheticals right now. Unfortunately, it's very unfortunate that we're in that situation where we have to be talking about firing our head coach. Chemistry definitely matters. Coaching matters for certain, and definitely, I don't want to feed anybody an optimism sandwich at all right now. Like you should be upset, Falcons fans. You have every right to be upset, but we just don't know what's going to happen yet, or where they can go with it as of right now. Because you fire somebody, you open yourself to the same cycle, and I don't think it just gets better necessarily overnight. You got anything you want to add on to any of this before we get up out of here? G Money? Do you have any other thoughts about anything?
Everything you said, you've been profound all day, man. There's nothing else I could really say in regards to we said before this, if we lose to this team, it was going to be demoralizing. And
right.
It is. We are here now, and it ain't just losing. It's the way we lost.
It's the way we lost.
The way we lost.
You cannot lose a game like that. That is a terrible way to lose that game. We literally just lost it at the end because we had the lead most of the game all day. We
gave that game to them.
Gave them that game, man.
The special teams play. It was we just gave them. Then the defense, the defense played good until that one series that mattered. When it mattered the most, they just didn't. They couldn't get it. They couldn't get him. They couldn't stop him. When that one series, the only scoring drive they actually had, that was the biggest time to stand up and play defense.
And look, it's a lot of BS out there, man. It's a lot of BS out there. If I'm Terry Fontenot and if I'm Arthur Blank, I am definitely upset at what I'm seeing today.
I'm pissed.
Somebody got to answer for that.
I'm upset. Yeah, I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, as a fan, as a person who's a fan and someone who covers the team, I will say they cover the team now. It puts it in a different perspective. And I've also kind of learned over the years, it's like, dude, I'm not the one out here losing, man. If I'm a fan, if I'm any other fans, if I'm a super fan, I'm not spending my money with the team until they show that they're gonna put a winning product out there on the field. I wouldn't attend a game, or aside from the fact that I've never been to one, but I wouldn't be fans. I urge you guys to stop going to games if they're not going to put a winning product out there on the field, because you don't want to go as long as Tampa Bay went before they won their last Super Bowl. They went almost 8 years, almost 9 or 10 years without a winning season, and you don't want to have that, Atlanta. You definitely don't want to have that. I think going with another 8 and 9 season, it's not worse than being a 7 and 10 team, but my goal for this year was that we actually had a winning record. I would have been okay with 9 and 8 and missing the playoffs as long as we had a winning record. I'm not saying I want to miss the playoffs, but yeah, at this point, I don't like what I'm seeing out there. I am livid with the team. It's disgusting, but at the same time, they're not gonna get my blood pressure up. Falcons can go 0-17. I'm gonna still look at y'all like I don't give a. You know what I'm saying? like how my video was earlier with Thundercat doing the Prince Die for You. I don't care. Like I'm gonna still support the team, but I ain't spending no money with them if they're not gonna put a winning product on the field. So, Miss Sis, you got any closing remarks for us? All right, I know she had to probably step away for a second. I know she texted me and said she was gonna be stepping off the chat for a second. So, hey, anybody who's made it this far in the stream, we appreciate you guys. If you're following us on YouTube, let me get a like and subscribe from you guys. It means a great deal for us. Definitely, we appreciate all the love from anybody. If you're following us, you're following this stream on Facebook, mosey on over to the Point Game official, the Point Game page. It wouldn't let us use Point Game official for some reason. Hopefully they'll understand that's the name of it now. But on YouTube, we are Point Game official. Follow us on both platforms. Let us get that like and subscribe from you guys. It means a great deal for us, and it allows us to continue bringing content to you guys. But for G-Dub and Miss Sis, I'm C-Mo to C Mitchell, checking out for Point Game official.
Peace.
Tap in with us this week as we break down any other moves that are upcoming. We'll do a little bit of a post game and give some other thoughts later on. Appreciate you guys checking us out, baby. Peace.
Peace.